David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Holgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard, combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia.
Welcome, everyone, and could we, I want to call this meeting to order at it looks like 2:09, 2:06. And may we please have a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Here.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Here.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Here.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante.
Present.
Chair Anna Hansen.
Present. Next, we will go to 1C, D, and E, and F, which is moment of Pledge of Allegiance, State Pledge, Land Acknowledgement, moment of reflection. So would everyone please stand? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. I want to recognize that we are on traditional homeland of the Tewa people. And we're also in the city of Ogapowoge, which is a white shell place. And I want to notice that all of Santa Fe County is the home of the Tewa and Keres people. Next, we have Moment of Reflection by Chris Chappell. Welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions, and in the best interest of our community, we take a moment of silence.
Does anyone have any other announcements? I want to mention that one of my longtime friends, Colleen Kelly, passed away over the weekend, and she will be cremated today. And so I just wish that and ask that everyone hold her in your heart and prayers.
Madam Chair, may I also acknowledge Judge Dave Thompson's father, James Thompson, who is an attorney and fire volunteer, also passed away this past week. And I'd like to just take a moment in recognition of his passing and his life in Santa Fe.
Thank you. Okay, everyone, please be seated. Next, we will go to opening business. 1G, approval of the agenda. Is there any changes? Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The initial agenda for today's meeting was posted on Monday, July 3rd at approximately 5:10 p.m. and an amended agenda was posted on Friday, more than 72 hours prior to today's meeting as required by the Open Meetings Act. The following items were added to the final agenda, consent agenda, item 4L and 4M, appointments and reappointments, item 5A, and finally, matters from the county attorney, 11B. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam
Move
Chair,
Go ahead.
Commissioner Hamilton?
I move to approve the agenda.
And I'll second.
Changes?
Yeah, as designated.
As presented,
As
and I'll
presented,
second that.
thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton, a second from Commissioner Green. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have an agenda. Next is approval of the meeting minutes. A request approval of June 13th, 2023, Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes.
Madam Chair, move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, next, consideration, number 3, proclamations, commission resolutions, or recognitions. I want to wish our county clerk happy birthday. Since we can't miss it, I hope you have a wonderful year. Next, I will go on to the consent agenda. Do we have any items that anybody wishes to pull from the consent agenda?
Yeah, Madam Chair. I'd like to discuss item I.
Okay. Anything else?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda except for item I.
I'll second that.
Okay. All those in favor, please. So I have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Green. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next, we'll go to item I on the consent agenda. For I, Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was brought to my attention that the clerk is concerned about this lease, so I guess maybe I would start by asking the county manager if we do have space otherwise lined up for the clerk if we do sign this lease, or Mr. Caseman, I see, is perhaps ready to answer that question.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my understanding is that in the short term for the upcoming regular local election, the following space was intended to be available. A portion of the Galisteo property, the former Human Resources building on West Alameda, and in addition, if needed, there is also space within the same West Alameda complex that was formerly occupied by our projects team, which is no longer being utilized by the projects team because they've been relocated to the new redone facilities on the Public Works campus. So that is my understanding of the space that is readily available and in usable condition, but I was not made aware of any concerns relative to space needs before today. So it may be that it makes sense to take this item up after other miscellaneous action items to allow the clerk some time to speak with PJ Montano from the Facilities Division in Public Works, as well as the Deputy County Manager, Elias Bernardino, so that everyone's having a productive conversation that's coming from the same premises. That would be my recommendation, Madam Chair.
Mr. Caseman, is there anything you would like to say?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the only thing is this item also is going before the Board of Finance for approval on July 18th, and they're expecting a signed lease at that time. So that's the only other consideration for moving this forward today.
Okay, so I'm going to take Manager Schaefer's recommendation for the clerk to speak with PJ Montano and yourself, and we will bring this item back up at the end of miscellaneous action items. Do I have a motion for that?
So moved. And I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor, please, or under discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and I believe that Elias is also involved in that conversation. So please make every effort to work this out. Thank you very much. I will now move on to appointments and reappointments, a resolution appointing 5 members of the Board of Registration for the term of July 1st, 2023 to June 20th, 2025. Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, would you like the resolution numbers from the items that were passed in the consent agenda first?
Sure.
Okay. So item 2023-068 is for item J. Item K is 070. Item L is 071. And item M is 072.
Thank you. Okay. Appointments to the Board of Registration. Madam Clerk, you have, this was a late addition added on Friday.
068.
I hope everyone has had the time to read it over.
Okay. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. My staff has pointed out that I apparently cannot count today. I think I'm avoiding my birth date. And so 068, 069, 070, and 071, I apologize.
It's a good thing I didn't write them down.
Okay, so I would like to, is Andrea coming? Okay, so this is statutorily, they've shifted some of the dates for the Board of Registration, but essentially what the Board of Registration does is when we get to the end of an election cycle, after we've had 2 general elections, and we've sent out mailings and we've tagged some staff, some voters as being potentially have moved, then a bipartisan Board of Registration meets to determine which voters will be removed from the voter roll. We cannot remove voters simply because they have not voted. We have to have some proof of the voters having moved. So we move voters during a 2-year period to in an inactive state, and then in the March of the odd-numbered year, we then present that list to the Board of Registration, and then the Board of Registration decides whether or not to remove them. To give you an example, we appointed our last Board of Registration in 2021, and then we waited until March of this year to then remove all of those inactive voters. My staffer, Andrea, is here to talk about how we recruited the Board of Registration, those who submitted their names for consideration, and she can speak a little bit about that.
Andrea, would you like to come to the podium and... No, you have to turn on the microphone, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Andrea Tapia. I'm the Election Worker Outreach Coordinator. Election worker recruitment is performed through a variety of efforts. For starters, excuse me. For starters, our voter registration system service, also known as State Elections Registration and Voting Integrity System, has the ability for voters to indicate they are interested in working elections. We use that data to reach out to the voters and our active poll workers. In addition to service, we use our social media platforms and attend community events. Recently, we participated in Juneteenth celebration in Santa Fe Pride, receiving contact information from over 100 interested constituents. We are happy and successful in receiving interest from multiple parties, including Democrats, Republicans, and declined to state voters. We are constantly building collaborative relationships with our county's political party chairs, communities, and voters. With all of these efforts, recruitment does still see its own challenges. For example, 10 Board of Registration applicants provided letters, and only 6 voters were eligible. Statute 1-4-34 of the Election Code does disqualify voters from Board of Registration membership who have had a political party change within the 2 years preceding the member's appointment. Additionally, we are always in need of adequate party balance for the Board of Registration to ensure transparency in elections process. Recruitment is challenging but rewarding. The resources and time dedicated to it are invaluable to our elections process, and I thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for your time.
Thank you, Andrea. So what's the pleasure of the board, Madam Commissioner Hamilton?
I actually have a question.
Yes.
And it's going to seem like kind of a crazy question, but the board is supposed to be bipartisan.
Yes.
And are there any additional rules or recommendations or guidelines? Because
So there are.
Republican.
Yeah, so there are some rules. One of the reasons why we have trouble recruiting Board of Registration members is because then they can't serve as poll workers. And many people who are interested in this topic of elections want to serve as poll workers or on the election boards. But because they're forbidden from doing so, it's very challenging for us to find people who don't want to participate as a poll worker, as an absentee board member, as a presiding judge, but instead want to do the Board of Registration, where they're getting appointed now, but then essentially do nothing until 2 years from now, and in the March. And the reason why the statute was written like that is because they were trying to avoid people who were hot to remove voters from the rolls right away. They wanted to have people have some time to build that list and then meet as a bipartisan board. But it does provide some recruitment challenges. They've also removed from statute that we go to the party members. So while we have a good relationship with our party, parties no longer submit their list. We have to recruit the members and then check them against having a registration that has been active for 2 years, right? Because they have to have been that party for 2 years before we can appoint them to the Board of Registration. So we have some rules around appointing people to the Board of Registration, which has tended to narrow who can be on the Board of Registration. These are folks who typically have served before. They like the kind of non-active long-term role that it has. And so they are the ones who want to do this. When we explain Board of Registration, actually we get a lot of people drop out because they don't realize that it's 2 years until you do something on the Board of Registration. So these are folks who have submitted letters of interest, who have the registration that is required, who met both the party and the living in the county rules that we have. So, we only had 2 Democrats this year because a lot of our Democrats, we have so many Democrats who want to serve as poll workers. We can't use them all, right? Because we have to have party balance at the polling sites. We had 1 Republican who has served before, and then our DTS, I believe 1 is new, but two are new, and then 1 is a previous person who has served. So.
I guess, so the question is, you don't have to have a specific, it's not specified that you have to have balance between Democrats and Republicans.
It's specified that we can't have more than 2 from any category. So we have a declined to state category. It's not
a party, that's a category, but it's not a
Well,
party.
so you can't have more than 2 Democrats, you can't have more than 2 Republicans, you can't have more than 2 declined to state, you can't have more than 2 Socialist Party of America, whatever minor party happens to be, but no minor parties submitted, so we don't have that category.
Thank you. That answers the question. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Hughes.
So just to be clear, we have to knock off one of the declined estates.
Yes, that is the choice today.
Do you guys have a recommendation as to which 2 we should select and which one can wait till next time? No, I think it would be a fairer choice if all of you would please make it unanimous and choose between the 3 options. I don't think any particular person should have precedence over the other, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So I don't know that we have any basis on which to choose which of the two declined estates we want to appoint.
So in the past, Commissioner Hughes, the way that we've done it is we've just chose 1 and 2.
And leave off number 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
And make them the alternate.
I also think that you have their letters, if you wanted to read briefly their letters that they sent to you as the commissioners as well, if that were the choice of the board.
Which one is the one who has served before?
Of the declined estate?
Yes.
Could you possibly read the names in front of?
Solomon Cedillo, Russell Winslow, Thomas Michael Townsend.
Winslow has served before, Commissioner Hughes.
Winslow?
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Winslow do a good job?
He did.
Okay, well, I think we should keep him then. But I don't know about the other two. You want to just go number 1 and 2? And
Yes, that's good with me. I will be happy to second.
okay, I'll make that a motion that we select Solomon Cedillo, Russell Winslow, Marcia McCulloch, Tom Morgan, and Zella K. Cox.
Okay, so we have 5 members, and it's Marcia McCulloch. I'll just say that name for correction.
Okay.
And I'll second that. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Then, Andrea, should we make Thomas Michael Townsend the alternate?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, yes, please.
So can we have a motion stating that he is the alternate?
So moved. I'll second.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, we have done that. Thank you very much. I'm going.
Madam Chair, would you like the resolution number for that?
Sure.
Resolution number 2023-072. Thank you, Commissioners and Madam Chair.
Okay. So we are going to go on to miscellaneous action items. A, request consideration and a potential approval of a memorandum of agreement between the Santa Fe County and the Santa Fe Pewaukee Soil and Water Conservation District, Public Works Department, Michelle Hunter.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I have Shelley Winship with me from the Soil Conservation District, Soil and Water Conservation District.
Okay.
This is an MOA between the county and the Soil and Water Conservation District. The county supports this district with their activities throughout the year, and in return for an annual report, we give them $8,000 a year. Do you have any questions for me?
Commissioner Hamilton.
I don't have a question so much as, in addition to it not being very much money, they actually do a lot of really valuable work that we have lots of exchange back and forth as a county from a technical and, not just a policy and status point of view. So there's a lot of exchange. I think it's a really valuable thing to do. I mean, everything from repair, the condition of like some of the dams, and I don't know if you remember from years ago, this was one of the issues of, our emergency management team that there were things, and so there's just a lot of good important county work that's done through the Soil and Water Conservation Districts that our participation, I think, is small but really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Green, then Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you very much. This is in my district, and I've gotten to know some people in the working in the PVID management team and so on. And I really want to reiterate our sort of partnership in this for the public safety. They, as Commissioner Hamilton mentioned, The Santa Cruz Dam is their facility. And so I hear a head shaking, no, it is not their facility.
No, Mr. Commissioner, Madam Chair, fellow commissioners, I wanted to just clarify the dams that are run by the Soil and Water Conservation District. There are 7 of them. They are all located in the Santa Cruz corridor, which is absolutely correct, Commissioner Green. But they are all earth and flood control dams. The Santa Cruz Irrigation District is the owner and manager of the Santa Cruz Lake Dam, which provides water for irrigation to 33 acequias.
Pardon me, but what is the difference between the dam at Santa Cruz Lake and...
The dam in Santa Cruz Lake is a retention dam. It's meant to hold water, whereas the flood control dams are designed to release storm flow over a 96-hour period to help prevent flooding of properties and loss of human life.
Okay, great. And then who owns that facility, the Santa Cruz Dam?
The sponsor of the 7 earth and flood control dams is the Santa Fe Pojoaque Soil and Water Conservation District.
Okay.
Put your mic on, please, Commissioner Hamilton.
Pardon me.
It's the irrigation district that owns the lake dam.
That's correct.
And the Soil and Water Conservation District that owns the flood dams, the flood control dams.
The flood control dams were built in the 1960s to provide protection to agricultural lands, and over the last 50 to 60 years, those lands have been infilled with residential properties. There are now over 2,000 lots in Santa Fe and Rio Arriba County that exist within the combined flood zones of those dams, and over 3,000 residents.
Got you. Wonderful. Thank you for clarifying then. Thanks.
Actually, it's over 6,000 residents.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Oh, just a really quick question, since I know very little about the Soil and Water Conservation District. Are there other projects besides the dams that you do?
Yes, we are very involved in wildfire mitigation and defensible space programs. We're basically an arm of the state government, but largely serve as a pass-through to individual landowners. So our budget fluctuates widely in any given year. Our baseline funding comes from the New Mexico Department of Agriculture, and this year we received $19,000. So the county's $8,000 represents 30% of our basic operational and maintenance budget. All of our other income is attached to specific projects. In addition to defensible space work, we just received a $250,000 grant to continue that work here in Santa Fe County. We also do landscape scale environmental restoration, water and soil restoration projects with partners throughout the county. And we do riparian restoration and mitigation of invasive species and noxious weeds, again, throughout the county. Our district spans all of Santa Fe County, part of Bernalillo County, part of Rio Arriba County, and all of Los Alamos County. The reason why we are not a taxing entity like other government agencies is because there's been 3 attempts over the life of the Soil and Water Conservation District to establish a mill levy, but as you might imagine, people in Edgewood and El Dorado are not interested in being taxed to maintain flood control dams in Chimayo and La Puebla. So we don't have a tax base to help fund those efforts. So the $19,000 plus $8,000 that we get is used very judiciously to maintain those life-saving dams. And it's critical to the livelihood and the well-being of a lot of Santa Fe County residents.
Well, thank you for that explanation. It sounds very worthwhile. Thank you.
So I want to thank you also, because I think that the soil and water conservation districts are incredibly important. They might be an old mechanism that has been around for a long time, but they serve an incredibly important service to county residents. And so with that, what's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, move to approve.
Madam Chair, second.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton, a second from Commissioner Bustamante. Under discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. We really appreciate you coming to the meeting. It means a lot. It's a good thing for us as a commission to have the ability to ask you questions and interact with you. And thank you, Michelle. Talk into the mic, please.
Please do feel free to contact the district if you have any further questions or would like more information about our work or our other partnerships with the county.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we will go on to miscellaneous action item B, a resolution to adopt the Santa Fe County Transit Service Plan for FY 2024 and to direct staff to submit that transit service plan to the North Central Regional Transit District. Brett Clavino. Hi, Brett. How are you?
Hi, Madam Chair. I'm doing well, thanks.
Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, so my name is, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Gary Brett Clavio. I'm currently acting as Interim Planning Manager with Santa Fe County. And the item before you, as mentioned, is resolution to adopt the Santa Fe County Transit Service Plan for FY 2024 and to direct staff to submit that service plan to the NCRTD, North Central Regional Transit District. The county's annual transit service plan is presented to NCRTD to document the county's yearly goals for regional transit service. And NCRTD requests that we provide such a plan each year. Exhibit A in the packet lists all of the NCRTD funded transit routes in Santa Fe County. And Exhibit B describes the NCRTD funded routes in Santa Fe County and explains any proposed service updates for FY24, either due to a resumption of service after the pandemic restrictions or due to NCRTD's service plan update. In conclusion, staff recommends approval of this resolution to adopt the Santa Fe County Transit Service Plan for FY 2024 and to direct staff to submit that transit service plan to the NCRTD. Mr. Mortellaro, the Executive Director of NCRTD, may be here virtually if you have any questions for him. If not, I can try to answer them. Otherwise, this concludes my presentation, and I stand for questions.
Are there questions from the board? Commissioner Green?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Brett. The questions I have are kind of effectiveness and rider capacity, and when I say effectiveness, like cost effect. I mean, what is it? How many riders are we tracking that? Do we have reports showing how many people are taking each route? And are we polling people that either took the routes in the past and aren't, or are we finding out where we could do better with this and be more effective?
Yes, Commissioner Green, members of the Commission. The NCRTD staff actively monitors their routes, and they look at things such as on-time performance, ridership numbers, and maintenance issues. They pretty much are in charge of running their operations. Santa Fe County really, besides its board member, just is there to give an overall aspiration for what kind of service we want to see. But ridership is starting to pick up after the pandemic. It's the challenge that NCRTD and other agencies are facing right now is a lack of staff, and driver shortages is a problem. So I believe NCRTD is doing everything they can to make adaptations to that, provide commercial driving instruction, because a lot of the bigger buses, they need to have commercial drivers, but the rate of pay for a commercial driver of a bus is significantly less than, say, a truck driver. So they're doing everything they can to stay competitive and also to provide excellent service. It is a balancing act.
And who's the physical agent for North RTD?
North Central is their own fiscal agent,
Is their own fiscal agent?
as far as I understand, yes.
Okay, right. Wonderful. Thanks.
So, Commissioner Green, Commissioner Hughes sits on the RTD board, and I highly recommend that you go to a meeting
A visit.
and see how efficient and well-run the RTD is, because it's one of the model examples of an organization that is providing service in northern New Mexico. And I will let Commissioner Hughes say anything he would like.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I think Brett actually did cover it. The main problem that the RTD is having now is a lack of bus drivers. And I know that statistically we're seeing the ridership increase. Of course, it went down to almost zero during the pandemic because it wasn't safe to sit together on a bus. I know anecdotally the El Dorado route, which I take occasionally, is pretty much back up to what it was before the pandemic with 5 or 6, 7 or 8 people riding it. I think the exciting thing about the RTD is as we buy electric buses and become a zero emission option, it's going to be really critical to see if we can't increase the service even more, because we all know that driving private cars, even electric cars, is not good for the environment. And if we can get more people on it. So I think there's a lot ahead of us in terms of this. And if anybody, I think we're just basically approving the routes that they already have today, and the goal for this year really is to get the ridership completely back up to what it was before the pandemic. But going forward, if there's other routes that we want to see, we can bring those forward and suggest them to the RTD.
What's the pleasure of the board?
I move to approve the transit plan.
Madam Chair, second.
Okay, so I have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second for Commissioner Bustamante. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, congratulations. We have the routes back up on approval, so thank you. It's always good to see you.
Likewise, thank you.
Next, we will go on to item C, a resolution adopting the countywide climate action plan phase 1 and supporting its implementation. Community Development Department, Jacqueline Beam. I know that she is not feeling well, so I believe she is online. Is that correct? And along with the expertise, is that or the consultants?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, no, it's just myself for this meeting at this point in time. And thank you for allowing me to be online.
Please get well soon.
Thank you. All right. So thank you for the opportunity to discuss this resolution. I know in 2022, the BCC approved the creation of the county's comprehensive climate action plan, and based upon countywide greenhouse gas emissions inventory findings and best practice tactical solutions for meeting science-based targets. The Sustainability Division, along with the consultant ICLEI, presented the CAP Phase 1 to the BCC on June 13th. In 2023, and with the understanding that this formal plan was to be presented for approval pending final edits. So those edits, which were very minor, have been made. And at this time, the final draft was created with some of the highlights shown in the memo as a first phase tool and map to inform decision-making for future steps required by the county to reduce GHG emissions, as well as options for future county policy directives. A recommendation for internal cross-departmental team partnering to enact the plan's recommendations and best practices, and suggestions for updates to align the Sustainable Land Development Code with net zero emission and 30 by 30 goals, as well as target strategies that prioritize sectors responsible for the highest emissions and operations throughout the county. And with that, staff recommends approval of the resolution to adopt the countywide climate action plan phase 1 as seen in Exhibit 1. And for reference, the Exhibit 2 is the climate action plan phase 1 in its final version. And the adoption of the plan will serve as direction for staff to initiate a cross-departmental planning team for the purpose of implementing recommendations and work plans, as well as policy enhancements and strategies needed to achieve countywide emissions reductions. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Okay, questions from the board? Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you. Not a question, just a comment that I think this is a good first step, and I think there's a lot of work to come after that if we adopt this. Thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yeah, I agree. It's just a comment of having a climate action plan. It's a really, really important first step to have, or piece of the picture to help drive, strategic planning in this regard. And unless you wanted it.
So I have a couple comments. Also, so I was looking over this plan. It is quite long, along with the appendix, and I was happy to see in the appendix the defensible space around the wildfire section. I do have an issue with calling the forest a fire shed. It's actually a watershed, and I think that we need to hold those words as important. Lana likes to refer to the chromium plume as just chromium, and that doesn't really mean anything because chromium by itself is not toxic. But chromium-6, when you use the word hexavalent chromium or chromium-6, then therefore it is toxic. And so I think that words matter. So I want to remember, and I want everyone to remember that, it is a watershed, not a fire shed. I hope that this plan aligns with the resolution that myself and Commissioner Hamilton brought forward, along with our concerns about the Santa Fe Mountain Resiliency Landscape Project and making sure that the community is working. I think what Peggy Dar did when she was here in the Ortiz Mountains was a good example of how we can work on climate action and on our watershed and protecting our watershed in those manners. So, and then also I know that we have invited you, Jacqueline, to our coffee and tea on July 29th, and so we're looking forward to having this discussion because I think that a lot of the constituents in the community really want to understand what our climate action plan is and what does that mean. I have a big issue with plans. I don't want this to be a plan that sits on the shelf. I want this to be an action plan of a way that we can make sure that the county is meeting its climate action goals, and especially with the 2015 Paris Agreement. So with that, I am going to make a motion to approve this climate action plan because I think it is important to have that. As with all documents at the county, these are living documents and subject to change and to revision and updating. And so with that, I move to approve this climate action plan.
Second.
And I have a second from Commissioner Hamilton. Is there any other things under discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. So I don't see, thank you, Paul. I don't see PJ and the clerk that they have returned yet, so I'm going to go on to matters from public concern.
Madam Chair, may I offer a few resolution numbers?
Oh, yeah, the resolution numbers.
All right.
I remember those.
We'll get to them eventually. All right, 6B is resolution number 2023-073, and 6C is resolution number 2023-074.
Okay, so we'll go on to, there are no item 7, no presentations. So Daniel, are there any people on from matters of public concern?
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody online that would like to speak for that item.
Okay, so then I'll go on to matters from the county manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Have several updates. First, wanted to apprise the board as well as the public that the Santa Fe County Fire Marshal has issued an order prohibiting open burning within the unincorporated areas of Santa Fe County beginning Friday, July 14th and continuing until future order of the Fire Marshal. All current open burning permits will be suspended and new open burning permits will not be issued until further order of the Fire Marshal. This action was taken in response to degrading, I guess, conditions, for lack of a better word, that have contributed to the county having a high risk fire potential trigger conditions and the consequent significant and immediate threat to the life, safety, health, and welfare of our residents. It's also consistent with the Stage 1 restrictions imposed by the National Forest System within the Santa Fe National Forest effective July 7th. Second, wanted to make sure that everyone had heard the news about a significant NTIA middle mile grant that was announced last week, $49 million to Plateau. It's one of the larger awards made by the NTIA from the bipartisan infrastructure law countrywide. It's a significant project that will enable Plateau to install approximately 110 miles of new fiber optic cable connecting downtown Santa Fe to Mountain Air via Highway 14 and Highway 337. Amongst other benefits, it will create redundancy across Plateau's network and backbone infrastructure for rural communities across Santa Fe, Sandoval, Bernalillo, and Torrance counties. An aspect of the grant award that is significant to note is that the grant requires Plateau to provide last mile connectivity to any anchor institution that lies within 1,000 feet of the new middle mile line. So if you think of 14, that picks up a lot of community centers, senior centers, fire stations, what have you. The plan is for the project to be built out within 5 years, though they hope to get it completed sooner. And the total project cost is approximately $150 million. So county staff will be endeavoring to work with and coordinate with Plateau with regard to both providing services to county anchor institutions to facilitate the processing of any required permits that may be required from the county, and also to see what we can do to facilitate or encourage last mile service in the rural communities along New Mexico 14. Third, I wanted to remind commissioners that during the National Association of Counties annual conference in Austin next week, there will be multiple awards, achievement awards that will be given related to Santa Fe County. Those include one for the La Sala Center, as well as 3 various awards for the county clerk's office, which we previously mentioned to the board at a previous meeting. So please do try, for those of you who are attending, to attend the Achievement Awards luncheon on July 23rd. Lastly, I did want to note, because we had received some questions concerning the fentanyl awareness campaign that Santa Fe County is currently undertaking. Specifically, as I understand it, some questions about the Don't Use Alone harm reduction strategy that is being advertised. I wish to emphasize that that strategy is very much harm reduction. Obviously, we would prefer that folks not use fentanyl, but that is in fact not the reality that we have in front of us. And so the harm reduction strategy was designed to help educate folks about ways that they could potentially, if they are in fact going to use drugs with a high risk of overdose potential, how they may be able to do so more safely. And so, Don't Use Alone, is consistent with that strategy and our effort to avoid the needless loss of life. It dovetails well with the making available to the general public, naltrexone to reverse overdose. It doesn't have efficacy, obviously, if there's no one there to administer it for you when you're having an overdose. So again, I wanted to explain that to the board to see if you had any questions. But again, certainly in that messaging, we're not encouraging use of fentanyl or any other illicit drugs. And that's it for my miscellaneous updates. Thank you.
Questions from the board? Congratulations. I'm happy to hear about this $49 million. Yes, a big grant for broadband.
Yes, spread across multiple counties.
But in Santa Fe County, it'll be affecting Highway 14 directly. That's exciting for sure. Then I'm glad to hear about the burn permit, no open burning. I think that with the heat, I think that's really important. So is there any other questions from the board? Okay, for the manager. So I see that Mr. Caseman and PJ Montano are back in the room. So I would like to return to item I and finish that. So I want to invite Mr. Caseman up. It's a resolution detailing authority to the county manager to sign all documents necessary to execute a lease agreement between Santa Fe County and Paul Thompson and Associates for the county's premises located at 2600 Galisteo Road.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, we did come up with a solution agreeable to the clerk to provide temporary storage for her upcoming needs and for discussions for her long-term solutions. So I believe we are ready to move forward with approval of the lease, the resolution.
Okay, with that, can I have a motion?
So moved to approve.
Yes, second.
Okay, so I have a motion from Commissioner Green and I have a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Oh, yes, that has a resolution number also?
It did indeed. All right, this one is 4I, resolution number 2023-075.
Okay. So next we'll go on to matters from county commissioners. So I'm going to start with Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't actually have anything today.
Commissioner Bustamante.
Madam Chair, we had, also grateful that we are having a moratorium on the open burning. We had 2 fires in the village of La Cienega in 2 days, as well as during the period that Manager Schaefer and I were driving back from the meeting in Tijeras. There was a long fire along Highway 14. So it's burning, even though we had moisture. It is incredibly hot, and conditions are very dry. So it is important that we keep that top of mind, as well as numerous discussions that I have been in with the community members, as well as Pojoaque Pueblo, and the sale of fireworks in our area. And I understand that we do not have a jurisdiction in the limitation of fireworks outside of fire restriction conditions. There is opportunity to have a larger conversation about what it really means to what I'll just refer to kind of heavy-handedly as terrorism. For those who have PTSD, it is terrifying, and it is very disturbing for pets and livestock, as I witness, but that has been a conversation now in the past week. As people continue to light fireworks outside of, and as recently as last night, outside of the day of celebration. So I mentioned that as it was a long discussion at the La Cienega pancake breakfast, which is attended by by our state representative for the La Cienega area, as well as Senator Stefanix. Edgewood has requested a letter of support for an application to the OSE for their planning. So we have asked to review that application, and it's just an application for a plan. It isn't approval for the plan itself, but for the application. And we're working with, I say we're being the town of Edgewood and myself and the county manager, with our very own Michelle Hunter in the review and addressing any questions that maybe the OSC may have up front. The wastewater treatment facility issue isn't going away. We get the regular numbers are now upward of in the thousands, as opposed to their limit of 410. Each month we have, actually each meeting since we've been reporting this, that is significantly higher than what would be allowed by their NIPD's permit, as well as such levels could basically be perceived to be straight septage going into the Santa Fe River. In numerous conversations, I do understand that this is important to the city of Santa Fe mayor, incredibly important to the neighbors, and that steps are being taken to do some well monitoring in proximity to the wastewater treatment plant itself. And there holds an opportunity, I think, for the city and the county to work together in addressing this in a manner that could possibly be beneficial to all parties, given the circumstances that the city has in the amount of time and what it would take to get some planning, etc. So as this moves forward, I hope that we can work together with the city in addressing these concerns, as they are deeply in need for some support. We have an opportunity for a greater presence in Stanley. I'm looking forward to the possibility of having a location there where we may be able to meet at the Cyclone Center, establish some hours. It's harder for those of us who are spread, similar to Commissioner Green, where we're out into a way rural area, to have a a tree. We have numerous trees, but we don't get to meet under just one because it would be really, really hard to get the folks from Galisteo to show up under the tree at Cerrillos. And I think there's opportunity to meet under a whole bunch of different trees, but I'm really looking forward to maybe a basic office location space at the Cyclone Center in Stanley. We have a request from the New Mexico, the NMSU Extension Office for space at the Soil and Water Conservation District in Edgewood. They have an office available. They're discussing what, if any, rent or lease agreement would look like, but it's very preliminary. But clearly, with Edgewood being incredibly rural, did I just say that? Every place in my district is incredibly rural, but they have a very active 4-H, and you know they really participate. They see themselves as an agrihood, being the new term I learned for agricultural neighborhood. It's an agrihood, and they would very much like to have the New Mexico State Extension Office have some presence in Edgewood intermittently. So they would be both at the airport or Rodeo Road location as well as certain days in Edgewood. Lastly, as the county manager shared, we did go to the meeting for the broadband that is through the area of Cerrillos, Madrid, i.e. District 3 proper, and we have had some requests to meet over some, I wouldn't call them common concerns, but some issues that might be larger than the border that is Bernalillo or Sandoval or Santa Fe counties in addressing some issues that have not been disclosed to us yet for the area of Cochiti, and specifically the area around Placitas, in how maybe if Santa Fe County might be able to assist in some way, and it's still a big question if and how we could possibly do that with regard to the wild horses that are in that area and do cause a bit of a concern, a hazard. There are quite a few of them. They get on the roadway, people drive quickly, and horses get hit, people get hurt. And we've been asked to, how could we participate in those areas that might be of common concern for us. And then lastly, it was brought up in the month of June. We did address it in the organization itself within the county with regard to the issues that came up with the pride flag coming up on our computers. We received a letter, all of us, I'm assuming that all of the commissioners were copied, from the Human Rights Alliance regarding the concerns that this brings up, given the protests that people had that the flag was on their computer, and that being the pride flag. And the issue is really grand. I said it before when that came up. The president of the Human Rights Alliance is asking for some type of response with regard to maybe a statewide need. I'm going to say statewide, I'm sorry, city and county, because the letter does address issues within the city and physical flags that were defaced, ripped up. And those are essentially, it doesn't really matter what people's personal beliefs are, but defacing any public property is problematic. But it brings more, and it was well stated by our county manager that as a county, we stand by these values of respect and inclusivity. So the ask on the table from the president of the Human Rights Alliance is that maybe there is a need for diversity, equity, and inclusion training, and I don't think the word training is actually in the letter, but what does it take for people to have a little more awareness about the rights and integrity, frankly, of others who they may be working with, and what it really means to have that level of hate that is actually demonstrating itself nationally addressed. So I bring that up again as probably the only LGBTQ person on this commission. I'm asking for some sincere, I won't say concern, I think that the concern is sincere. I think our ability to address it is a little more difficult, but we need to do something. As I stated earlier, these issues really do hurt young people. Some don't actually live through them, as they will take their own lives. Not to mention, it starts to lend itself to physical brutality in our communities, and I'm mentioning that as it came up yesterday in a letter from the HRA. So that is all I have, and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to personally thank County Manager Schaefer for coming with me today to Espanola to visit the Espanola and Rio Arriba Emergency 911 Center, their board meeting, and they invited us up there to discuss a variety of things. Most specifically, they're interested in us rejoining their JPA that they may be redrafting and creating in the future. And we sort of took the conversation a little deeper into all the aspects of public safety, not just the specifics of a E911 center, and how we can regionalize or partner or create these mutual aid agreements that allow us to backfill each other and make sure that we provide the public safety services that are what is needed, abstract of the actual money cost, right? So it's not necessarily the money number, which everybody points at frequently, but it's actually delivering the services and making sure that our constituents are safe. We pointed out that we do a lot of service calls into Rio Arriba County, and they acknowledged it and were very appreciative of the service that we provide up there, and they were very appreciative of us showing up today. And so I wanted to thank and recognize the county manager for that. It was a great little meeting to go up there and meet the parties and show that we're here to partner across these borders. Along those same lines, many of you may have seen a resolution that is passing around the region regarding tax equity for Los Alamos County to share some of their gross receipts tax. While I appreciate the need for tax equity, I think that there are other ways to address this initially, and so I'm going to hopefully discuss this with Los Alamos County and to see where there are common projects that we can work on, that maybe they have the financial wherewithal to help expedite these projects, even if they don't reside in Los Alamos County. And those would be projects such as broadband and housing and transportation and workforce development, that we may have the need for the money, they have the common need as we do for these programs or projects, and then reconstituting their mechanism for funding them. In the past, there was, I've heard numbers between $6 and $10 million a year being spent by Los Alamos County outside of the county on projects such as this, such as these, and but that has dwindled down to less than $1 million. And so we need to re-educate Los Alamos County as to their regional obligations beyond the hill. And hopefully we'll get that way before we have to drop a hammer on them and be very demanding. But along those lines, I understand that there was a report to past commissions regarding the income that Los Alamos County derives from the lab that was presented to the Board of County Commissioners. Probably, most definitely, it was presented to the Regional Coalition of Llano Communities. But that report, while it may be a little out of date, is probably relatively still pertinent. And I would love to see if somebody could dig that up and have that presented to us at a commission meeting someday soon. The last item is to congratulations to the Highway 14 and District 3 corridor with the broadband initiative. If there's any way I can help with pushing Plateau to actually get beyond the home run network that they're building and actually get to some last mile delivery to our constituents or the constituents of District 3, I'm here to help, and I'd happy to push that along if everybody sees fit. Besides that, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Green. Commissioner Hughes?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank Commissioner Bustamante for bringing forward the need for us to continue to support the LGBTQ community in whatever way possible, and certainly willing to work with you on whatever steps you think the Commission could take. I did write a letter to all my constituents during Pride Month, which I was spurred to do that by the letters that we got expressing a different opinion, and so I think anything we can do to support that community is important. It's very unfortunate that certain politicians in other parts of the country are using that to divide people and picking on basically the most vulnerable people in our community to do so. I think that's very cruel, and we should speak out against that. I also wanted to mention that Gabe Bustos, the liaison for District 5, is also going to be the liaison for the Ethics Committee, and so he's looking for new members if anybody knows someone. I think it's a very important committee. It's too bad that we burned out some of our members writing the new ethics rule that we passed a year ago. That was, unfortunately, I guess, a very arduous process, but I think we do have a good ethics ordinance, and now we need an ethics board to help make sure we're following it. My next Hour with Hank Town Hall will be August 1st, and even though I have the smallest district, it's still too big to get everybody together in one place easily, so I've always been doing these online. People seem to like that because they can log in from anywhere, and so this will be online. Gabe and I drove out to look at the Northeast-Southeast connector work, and it's a big project, and there's a lot going on, so if you're out that way and you want to see what a big road project looks like, it's pretty amazing what they're doing out there. Did talk to John Mablay, who's here, our fire marshal, about fireworks, and I think we might want to pass a resolution at some point this year asking the state to change its rules around fireworks, either to ban them like other states have, or to allow us to do something more strict. It does seem a little ridiculous that during the driest part of the year, we allow people to set off bombs and start brush fires, as has happened this year and every year. Unfortunately, I don't know that anybody's been hurt, but we have lost a few acres of trees. So, I think more could be done on that. And finally, I'm going to bring forward at the next meeting a letter for us all to approve that would be to the Federal Housing Finance Agency. They are considering adding some regulations to people they lend money to build multifamily housing that would require things like source of income protection, which would mean that people who accept money from them would have to take voucher people. And given that we're having trouble placing people with our housing vouchers, I think that would be a good rule for them to have, as well as to encourage them to put some limits on rental increases so that people can't just gouge renters. When there's an opportunity, rent increases, should be based on inflation or improvements to the building or some logical reason for the rental increases. So I'll be bringing that to the next meeting. And thank you, Madam Chair. That's all for now.
Thank you, everyone. So I'm excited that Commissioner Bustamante and Commissioner Green are coming with me to NACO this year. NACO is from July 21st to 25th. We will all, I hope, be back on the 25th. I'm coming home on the 24th. because I'm a little paranoid about flying, to be honest. But what I'm looking forward to at NACO is having commissioners there with me to experience the benefits that NACO has to offer to all counties. It is not only fun, but engaging to know that we have the ability to lobby our federal government through NACO and to make sure that we are enacting policies that we support. I feel incredibly fortunate to be the vice chair on the Environment, Energy, and Land Use, and I have been a subcommittee vice chair also on energy and air quality. With the Women of NACO, I was elected the vice chair of the Women of NACO last year, and to represent a large organization of women elected officials is an honor, and I'm looking forward to Commissioner Bustamante joining me there. I'm also a member of the Rural Action Caucus, and I think that NACO is a very important organization for all of us to participate in. And so I'm looking forward to being there with two other commissioners and introducing you to many of my friends that I have made at NACO so that you can carry on the good work that Santa Fe County is doing at the national level. My next coffee and tea under the trees will be on July 29th. And as I mentioned earlier, Jacqueline Beam in the Sustainability Division will be talking about the Climate Action Plan. But, you know, I also have the pleasure of attending monthly the Agua Fria Village meeting, where constituents have the ability to also from the Agua Fria Village talk about issues that they are concerned about. And then also, I will be attending the Las Campanas Master HOA board meeting on the 26th of July. They have become very concerned about bike lanes out in Las Campanas, and which I completely understand. And we do own the La Tierra Road, which is a county road, and Fenda del Sendera, which is a county road, but Las Campanas Drive is not a county road. And so they have a new county, they have a new HOA master, executive director of the Master Association. And so she's really interested in learning how to develop or work on some ideas for a bike trail out there. But I did explain to her very clearly that Las Campanas Drive is a private road. And she didn't quite understand about the easements and everything. So I'm gonna, I told her that at my District 2 meeting with Public Works, we would have that as a discussion and try and figure out some ways to work with them because that is something they're very interested in. I don't know what kind of easements we have on La Tierra. La Tierra is also a very dangerous road if anybody's been driving out there with bikes at the same time. It's scary. Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante, for bringing up the wastewater facility. I still think that this board would like to hear from the Utilities Director, Mr. John Dupuy. From the city, I think it is unfortunate that they have not been able to find the time to come from here, and maybe besides the letter that Manager Schaefer has sent, maybe we need to write a resolution or create some other kind of invitational pathway, because I think that our constituents need to know what is going on. And I don't think it's upon the county constituents to go to a city utility meeting to have to find out what's happening with a wastewater plant that is sending water down the Santa Fe River that is contaminated. So I am definitely concerned with you on that issue, and I think we need to continue to work on that. We had a really interesting presentation at BDD on the hexavalent chromium plume from the Environmental Management Director of DOE, Michael Michelanis. And there is some definitely controversy between the New Mexico Environment Department and DOE on how to remedy the hexavalent chromium plume, which I think is a continued ongoing issue that BDD is concerned about. In response to your issues also, Commissioner Bustamante, about the wild horses, Sandoval County is very interested in working on that issue. I have met with them many years ago, and so I think that it is a serious issue out on BLM land, and you have my support on working on that. You know, Governor Richardson was very concerned about the wild horses, and the wild horses haven't gone away. They've only grown. They've only populated because that's what they do. And so I think that we have an obligation to continue to work on that. I too agree that I was really quite disappointed by the response to the pride flag, but I wanted to say this, and I don't mean this in any jest or anything, but in the 60s, that was the hippie flag, just so you all know. And so, you know, peace and love was the motto. So I'm happy to know that it is the LBGT flag. Of course, it has been for a number of years, but in the early days of the hippie movement, that was our flag. So I want to go to a little more serious issue, since Commissioner Green brought this up. I don't know what is exactly wrong with the study on Lannel. And I believe that is what Representative Sanchez is looking for. And I think it might be actually a good thing to consider the resolution or some ideas around that. I will certainly, when I meet with Eric Vasquez tomorrow, who is now the president of Northern Rio Grande and the former he's the executive director of the Northern Rio Grande, and he was the executive director of the regional coalition. I will ask him for that study, but I don't know if he still has it. You know, I don't know where it is. You might. But I do think that, you know, like, I think a study to figure out something. I don't quite understand why Los Alamos County would be opposed to that. You know, to be honest, I don't know how, you know, Commissioner Bustamante also, we all, the three of us, all touch that area, and they affect our area. My district is a little bigger than Commissioner Hughes's, so I'm glad I have one tree that I can get everyone under. But I think that is something, the study on Lannel, I think, is something that we could have a more robust discussion about. And since I live in the city, the fireworks have been incredibly horrible, and along with the muffler noise that exists, but those are both Santa Fe police issues for me that I have to address. And with that, I think that's everything that we have on the commission. Does anybody else have anything else they want to add? Okay, I am going to go to item, I'm going to go to item 10B, other elected official issues and comments, including but not limited to constituent concerns. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I wanted to bring up the federal markup from the Senate recommending $0 go into election infrastructure and funding. There is a coalition, Election Infrastructure Funding Coalition, that is asking for support for a letter I have signed on. And I wanted to propose that the commission also sign on with America Votes, with Common Cause, with various coalition members to urge Congress and the Senate to pass $400 million in election funding for local, state and local election offices. We do see that there is some HAVA money that's going to state level election programming, but nothing for local municipalities who, as you know, are carrying much of the burden of running elections. And so it would, of course, be at the pleasure of the board, but if you are interested in signing on to this letter, let me know, because I think it's important to urge our Senate and congressional members that we really do need that funding at the local level to help support elections. In the clerk's office, we just finished our audit. That is where we go through each of the paper registrations of all 110,000 registered voters and make sure that it matches our electronic file. It's how we ensure that we haven't missed a voter registration card or that there aren't cards that should be put into our file that we retain for 8 years after we've removed them from the voter file. And so that took about 3 months to do. So we don't really have an off cycle in our offices. Even when we're not running elections, we are working on improving our data file. Yesterday was the deadline for the local municipalities and entities to give us notice on which positions are going to be on the regular local election ballot. That's this year's nonpartisan elections from in November. And we heard from all of the entities, so we expect to see soil and water districts, conservation districts, school boards on the ballot this year. The town of Edgewood's going to have several positions up. The city of Santa Fe is going to have the municipal judge and one each in the commission district, in the city council districts. What's interesting this year is while we don't have a confirmed list, we don't know until August 29th when people file in our office what the official list of candidates will be, but we are seeing from social media that there are some contested races this year, so we should actually see a pretty robust ranked choice voting. As you know, in the past, one candidate has won outright 50% or more in the first round, so we actually haven't seen ranked choice voting really working in Santa Fe, and this year we're excited about the fact that up to 6 people are potentially running for a seat, so we may actually see ranked choice voting go to a second round. So we're a little excited about that. August 29th is officially filing day. That's when you'll see candidates file. Filing is from 9 to 5, so be sure if you're planning on running for office to file August 29th. That's also the day that local municipalities or entities need to give us their ballot questions. And those ballot questions need to be submitted to us with the Spanish translation. We do not do translation for you. You must give it to us, an officially translated version. And we should see everything from potentially an abortion overturning question from Edgewood to various tax questions. So we won't know what those questions are until August 29th, but I know the commission potentially may put things on the ballot, and we would need to have those by August 29th. August 9th is the day of the statewide proclamation for the regular local election, and that is the day in which your registration must be the official registration you plan to use to file. When we're reminding candidates if they're planning on changing their registration, their name, or something else, they need to make sure that's done before August 9th. We also are adding a new early voting location this year because we have noticed that the fairgrounds is quite busy. And there tends to be not parking, and we're seeing much larger growth in Commissioner Hughes's district in the Ashara Village on the other side of 25. The Santa Fe Community College has graciously offered us a classroom to use as an early voting site, so we will have early voting, not on Election Day, but early voting this year at Santa Fe Community College to hopefully get some of that traffic that's really compounding at Fairgrounds and Southside Library. We'll have an additional site on that side of town to make sure that people have equitable voting access. I hope the commissioners, do any of the commissioners have any questions about the upcoming regular local election? I'm happy to answer any questions, but that's all I had.
Any questions from the commission? If you're interested in your letter, I suggest you submit it to us, especially those of us who are going to NACO, because that is a place where actually we could lobby on that issue, because that is for federal issues.
Mhm.
And it is a way to enact. There is, I believe, a finance and election committee that would probably be interested. It's too soon. It's too late to bring a resolution forward in NACO for the legislative session. If I would have known, I would have tried to get that onto their radar. But I'm more than willing to look at the letter and see how we can help, because elections are important, and fair and honest elections we're lucky here in Santa Fe County that we have fair and open elections, but that is not the case throughout the country. And so I believe that is really a federal issue. Okay, so then we have made it through item 10. Next is item 11, which is matters from the county attorney. Oh, is there any other elected officials? I don't see Daniel there, and if they're here, I don't have a way to see people online.
Madam Chair, I do not see any other elected officials online.
Okay, the voice from above has mentioned that. So next, we will go on to matters from the county attorney.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. There are two items I'd like to mention. The first is 11A. At the June 27th, 2023 meeting, the Board of County Commissioners went into executive session at the end of the meeting and did not reconvene an open meeting. Consequently, the board was unable to include in the minutes of the June 27th meeting the statement required by the Open Meetings Act, which is matters discussed during the closed meeting were limited only to those specified in the motion for closure. So therefore, we would be seeking a motion to have the minutes of this meeting reflect the matters discussed during the June 27th, 2023 meeting executive session were limited to only those specified in the motion for closure.
What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved to.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second from Commissioner Hamilton. Do I need a roll call vote? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 So the second item, Madam Chair, would be 11B. And for that item, earlier today, June 11th at 12:30 p.m., the Board of County Commissioners convened and closed executive session as stated in the notice of closed meeting to discuss limited personnel matters pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H2 NMSA 1978, specifically the performance evaluation of the county manager. Therefore, we would be seeking a motion to have the minutes of this meeting reflect that the matters discussed during today's executive session at 12:30 p.m. were limited to only those specified in the notice of the closed meeting.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second from Commissioner Hughes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, next item is C, which I don't see anything with it.
And Madam Chair, good news, no executive session under that item.
Okay. So the next item is item 12, which is to be heard no earlier than 5 p.m. It is now 3:40. So I believe that we could possibly take a brief break for an hour and 20 minutes? Okay, so we are, so what?
Move to go
do I
into
just call this a
recess?
recess?
Madam Chair, yes, a brief recess, convening back at 5 p.m. for the public hearing.
Okay,
So moved.
so we have a motion.
Second.
And we have a motion from Commissioner from Commissioner Green, and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. We will be in recess until 5, I would like to say 4:50, so that we're back here on time and that we can start at 5 o'clock sharp. Okay, so I will see everyone back here at 5 o'clock. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. Thank you.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family. For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family. For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family. For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
One of the things that we forgot to mention is that on August 2nd through 5th is the Santa Fe County Fair. It is a fun, exciting event, especially for our children. And so enjoy the animals, arts and crafts shows, fair, food, livestock auction, music, and dance that are rodeo ground on Rodeo Road and at the fairgrounds, and entry is free. Are there any other announcements before I start this public hearing from anyone? Okay. Do we have any people online, Daniel, that are going to want to speak? At the moment.
Madam Chair, I do not see anybody online that would like to speak.
I
Actually,
will
one
check.
person, Dennis Kurtz, has his digital hand raised.
Pardon?
Dennis Kurtz has his digital hand raised.
Okay. Okay, so at the moment we have one person, and then I thought there was a name here, but
So we did have one person pre-register, and they indicated that they are going to be in person.
okay. Okay, so we have still one more minute to go. Says I can't start before 5 p.m. Okay, it's 5 p.m. Jose, we're gonna go to 12A, and welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jose Larrañaga, Building Development Services Supervisor with the Growth Management Department. This is case number 22-5211, LRA Growers LLC, Conditional Use Permit Appeal. The concerned neighbors of 62 South Fork Extension appellants are appealing the Santa Fe County Planning Commission's order allowing a cannabis producer microbusiness to cultivate cannabis plants outdoors. The Santa Fe County Sustainable Land Development Code, as amended by ordinance number 2021-03, classifies a cannabis producer or cannabis producer microbusiness that cultivates cannabis plants outdoors as a conditional use in all rural fringe, rural residential, residential fringe, and traditional community zoning districts. The 10.22 acre site is within the San Marcos Community Overlay and zone rural residential. The site is located at 62 South Fork Extension, SDA 2, within Section 1, Township 14 North, Range 8 East, Commission District 5. LRA Growers LLC requested approval of a conditional use permit to allow a cannabis producer microbusiness to cultivate cannabis plants outdoors. The 10.22 acre site is zone rural residential within the San Marcos Community District Overlay. The SLDC Section 10.22.3.4 states that a cannabis producer or cannabis producer microbusiness that cultivates cannabis plants outdoors is a conditional use within a rural residential zoning district. The applicant is also requesting that it be permitted to use an existing shed as a drying area after the cannabis is harvested. The applicant stated there are 10 different recreational use licenses issued by the state of New Mexico. LRA Growers is requesting the most limited and basic New Mexico cannabis producer microbusiness license, which allows a cannabis producer at a single licensed premise to possess no more than 200 total mature cannabis plants at any one time. Building and Development Services staff have reviewed the application for compliance with all pertinent SLDC requirements and found the facts presented support the request for a conditional use permit to allow a 4,225 square foot area for the purpose of producing cannabis. The use is compatible with the current development within the affected zoning districts. The use will not impact adjacent landowners, and the application satisfies the submittal requirements set forth in the SLDC, inclusive of the conditional use criteria set forth in Chapter 4, Section 4.9.6.5. The review comments from the State Historic Preservation Office and county staff support the findings that a CUP to allow outdoor cannabis cultivation in a 4,225 square foot area is in compliance with state requirements and pertinent standards set forth in the SLDC. On December 8, 2022, the CUP request was presented to the Sustainable Land Development Code hearing officer. The hearing officer memorialized findings of fact and conclusions of law in a recommended order on the request. The hearing officer, based on the evidence presented, recommended approval of a CUP to allow a cannabis producer microbusiness that will cultivate cannabis plants outdoors, subject to the conditions recommended by staff. On February 16, 2023, the CUP request was presented to the Santa Fe County Planning Commission. The Planning Commission approved the application for a conditional use permit by a 4-3 vote to allow a 4,225 square foot area to be utilized to cultivate cannabis plants outdoors and an existing shed for the purpose of drying cannabis after harvest on 10.22 acre parcel located at 62 South Fork Extension. The Planning Commission memorialized findings of fact and conclusions of law in a final order on the request on April 20th, 2023. The final order was recorded on April 24th, 2023. The appellant submitted this appeal of the Santa Fe County Planning Commission's final order on May 30th, 2023, which meets the criteria outlined in SLDC Section 4.5.4. The appellants raise 5 significant reasons why they consider the order flawed. These include questions about the nature of a conditional use permit, the amount of water required to sustain a cannabis grow operation, the damage caused to South Fork Extension by the water deliveries required for the cannabis farm and the hauling of that water over private easements, the failure to satisfy the conditions in the order associated with the CUP, and the rush to approve before the San Marcos overlay has an opportunity to determine rules on cannabis production in its jurisdiction. Staff has addressed the issues raised by the applicants. The Planning Commission, hearing officer, and Building Development Services staff reviewed this project for compliance with pertinent SLDC requirements and ordinance number 2021-03 and found that the facts presented supported the request for a conditional use permit to allow a 4,225 square foot area for the purpose of producing cannabis. The use is compatible with the current development within the affected zoning districts. The use will not impact adjacent landowners, and the application satisfies the submittal requirements set forth in the SLDC, inclusive of the conditional use criteria set forth in Chapter 4, Section 4.9.6.5. Recommendation: staff recommends the Board of County Commissioners deny the appeal of the Santa Fe County Planning Commission's final order regarding a conditional use permit to allow a cannabis producer micro business that will cultivate cannabis plants outdoors. This report and the exhibits listed below are hereby submitted as part of the hearing record. Madam Chair, I stand for any questions. And also, what was handed out while you were on break was by the appellant. There was the San Marcos Association's letter and the San Marcos commercial survey results. And then one letter of opposition that I received today that I included in that. And then from the applicant, we received what they're going to be presenting in a slideshow here a little later in the hearing. So again, I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Jose. Are there any questions from the board at the moment? Commissioner Hughes.
So it's
and Commissioner Green.
That's all right. Thank you. Sorry, I meant to lead off the appeal with this beforehand, but I wanted to make two announcements in reference to this case. First off, I did witness I sat in through the hearing at the Planning Commission and watched most of the hearing for this, and so I was aware of this before this became an appeal. I just happened out of curiosity wanting to see the people on the Planning Commission and watched a few cases that night. And then secondly, I had a brief contact of ex parte communications where somebody reached out to me about a different subject and then brought this up, and I immediately cut them off and told them not to discuss this any further with me. And I feel I can be impartial and fair in my meeting my responsibilities. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Pardon me for the interruption.
Thank you, Commissioner Green, for those comments. Anything else from anybody? Okay, so then I would like to go to the appellate.
Madam Chair, would you like him sworn in?
Yes.
I have a slide presentation that we've put in. Are we ready?
All right, so before we start, I'm going to swear you in, okay, sir? All right. Oh, we're off to a good start. You've raised your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Doug Spear. I live at 100 Pine West in Santa Fe, and I'm under oath.
Thank you.
So,
I think this is the wrong.
No.
Is this your presentation?
this is yeah, okay. Different presentation. All right. And my cue is not being picked up. There we are. Good evening. First, I want to thank all of you for allowing us to present our appeal to LRA Growers' application for a conditional use permit. I represent the neighbors, a concerned group of 42 residents who own the 5 properties contiguous to the applicant's site at 62 South Fork Extension, as well as 10 properties on Pine West and Sculpture Lane, along with another 16 concerned property owners and residents in the surrounding neighborhoods for a total of 35 properties. Our appeal of the Planning Commission approval decision and a full document in the case file address the following elements: the nature of a conditional use permit, the San Marcos overlay, our areas of concern, and the lack of meaningful conditions. The concept of the conditional use permit is to allow certain uses as long as they don't have detrimental effects on the community. The heart of the conditional use permit, as defined in the SLDC, are 6 criteria that must be met in order to gain approval. Throughout this process, staff has asserted that the applicant satisfied the CUP approval criteria as well as the applicable SLDC design standards. Meeting the technical requirements of the law is not equivalent to the criteria for a CUP. However, staff over and over claims the criteria of a CUP has been met by citing compliance with the cannabis ordinance. If meeting the legal requirements of the cannabis ordinance were sufficient, what is the purpose of a conditional use permit? A conditional use permit exists to preserve the quality of life in the community. Planning Commissioner member Krentz put his finger on the issue at stake during the permit approval hearing before the Planning Commission. This is not about the neighborhood. This is about the neighborhood, the community. It is not about disapproval of cannabis or its use. It's not about whether the rules of the cannabis ordinance have been followed. The community does not want a cannabis growth facility in their neighborhood. In fact, none of the neighbors surrounding 62 South Fork Extension, nor something's wrong with my builds. They're not showing up. I don't know what this is running on, but I'll continue. None of the neighbors surrounding 62 South Fork Extension, nor any neighbors in the nearby vicinity along Pine West, nor any neighbors in the surrounding neighborhoods of Silverado and East Lone Butte have testified on behalf of LRA Growers' application. Of the 2 people who testified before the Planning Commission, one lives in Vermont and the other lives in Santa Fe. There is absolutely no support for this permit within this neighborhood. All the properties, which you can't really see, identified in red, have explicitly signed on to this appeal. Additionally, this objection is also shared widely in the community. The commissioners who passed the cannabis ordinance recognized the importance of the community overlays and understood that those communities may want to adopt different regulations from the county because county-approved uses may not reflect the values of the overlay communities. 62 South Fork Extension is within the San Marcos District Overlay, which has been working on an update to the San Marcos Community District Overlay use matrix for the past 4 months. The Santa Fe County Planning Department sent out a survey in May to the residents of the SMCD asking how they feel about a variety of cannabis uses in their community. When asked if commercial outdoor growth facilities should be allowed in residential areas, 73.3% of respondents said they should not be allowed. On Wednesday, June 28th, the San Marcos Community District Planning Committee met to discuss the results of the survey. These notes are from the Planning Department's summary of the meeting. Clearly, the San Marcos Planning Committee affirmed the survey results and are recommending that commercial outdoor cannabis growth facilities should not be permitted in rural residential zones in the San Marcos District, which, by the way, that's information that was unavailable at the time of the Planning Commission hearing. Based on the Cannabis Ordinance's provision allowing community district overlays to set their own cannabis regulations, we believe the survey results and the position taken by the San Marcos Planning Committee provides sufficient evidence to refuse this permit application. However, there are several reasons why the neighbors object to this CUP so adamantly, which I will briefly outline next. There shouldn't be any doubt or debate about the risks associated with the outdoor cannabis growth facilities. We've provided multiple issues in the neighbors' documents located in the case file. The county ordinance acknowledges in section 102224 that odor, significant water use, and security risks are all elements of cannabis cultivation. In addition to bringing inherent hazards, all of these issues have a direct impact on property values. One of the neighbors with a contiguous property for sale had an offer withdrawn after hearing of this permit application.
Would you wait 1 second? There's some kind of feedback. Okay.
I'm sorry, you proceed?
Go ahead.
These are genuine risks to the community that can't be remedied through conditions on the permit. From scientific studies to internet cannabis websites, and even at the Planning Commission, there have been a great deal of discussions around how much water is required to grow a cannabis plant. The Brookings Institute says cannabis requires 6 gallons of water per day. The applicant claims he will only require 1.71 gallons of water per day, or 12 gallons a week. A recent Illinois State University study found that growing outdoor cannabis requires 5.3 gallons of water per day. The question is, are we to believe an absolute best-case scenario provided by the applicant or the scientific studies of respected organizations? The applicant states he will be trucking 1,200 gallons of water per week to the site, which is less than 30% of the Brookings Institute estimate of 4,200 gallons for 100 plants. Even at 3 gallons per week, the applicant would require 2,100 gallons of water. This could be the coolest summer the rest of your life. That headline caught my eye in the midst of the ongoing heat wave that we're living through. With our current climate, it would be unwise I'm sorry.
I think it would be most polite to you if we just waited for a moment, because there's some noise going on up here we can't identify. No fault of yours at all, but it's very distracting. Apologies to you.
I understand.
No. Okay, let's try again.
Give it a try, all right?
Sorry.
With our current climate, it would be unwise to underestimate the amount of water required for a venture such as this. As you know, meeting all the state and county requirements for a cannabis operation requires a significant investment of time and money. The question all the neighbors have is, what will the applicant do to protect that investment if the heat we are experiencing persists and 1,200 gallons per week isn't enough to sustain his cannabis plants? By law, he isn't supposed to use his domestic well, but the applicant could easily truck in more water if his crop is wilting under 90+ degree heat day after day. What's wrong with trucking in more water? Well, that brings us to the road issue. South Fork Extension started as a ranch road and then became an access road for new property owners in the 1970s. It was not built to any construction standard. Rather, it was simply carved out of the earth and graveled. According to the SLDC, the legal responsibility to maintain the road easement falls on the property owners, and repair and maintenance has been spotty until travel is compromised. In 2022, for the first time in 6 years, property owners along South Fork Extension raised $11,000 to add base course and grade the road where necessary. If South Fork Extension was a county road and met the specifications for a rural cul-de-sac, perhaps it could withstand the delivery of so much water to support the applicant's cannabis farm. At least it would be the responsibility of the county to repair damage caused by trucking water weekly to the site. Remember, the applicant's estimate of 1,200 gallons per week is an extremely optimistic view, especially in light of the climate change we're all feeling on a daily basis. The true amount of water required could easily reach 6 gallons per day per plant, or 17.5 tons of water per week, not including the truck and trailer. South Fork Extension is not engineered to carry this much weight at this frequency. It's too narrow and does not have enough of a base to withstand this type of wear and tear. Repairs will be necessary, but all the benefits and profits of LRA Growers, which is a commercial enterprise, accrues to the owner, while the neighbors who oppose it are required by law to pay for the upkeep of the road. This is entirely inconsistent with the SLDC and harms the quality of life in the community that the criteria of a conditional use permit seeks to preserve. The Planning Commission, in an acknowledgement that the amount of water required is an issue, added 2 conditions to the permit. That 1, the applicant is limited to 100 plants, and 2, the receipts from the county water facility must be turned in with his well meter reading each month. The motive here seems to be that if the applicant was limited to 100 plants and he had to turn in his water receipts, that he would be more likely to only use 1,200 gallons of water per week. While these conditions may be well-intentioned, the neighbors do not believe they can meaningfully address the problems with water usage and road damage. The condition to limit the applicant to 100 plants does not address the essential question of how much water those 100 plants will require, and it begs the question of what happens when the applicant's plants are dying due to lack of water. If 100 plants require more than 1,200 gallons of water in a week, does anyone honestly believe he will allow them to die? The neighbors believe the potential loss of the applicant's cannabis crop is far more costly to the applicant than buying more water commercially when it's needed, even if that means skirting around the conditions in this permit. Collecting receipts and meter readings is all well and good, but what mechanism exists to monitor this data? Is there any consequence if the applicant chooses to buy 2,400 gallons in a month rather than 1,200? Since there's nothing in the condition that says he may only truck in 1,200 gallons of water, period, there is nothing to prevent him from bringing in as much water as he requires. The meter readings are also suspect as a deterrent, since no meter currently exists to provide a record of use with which to compare future readings. The result of the inadequate conditions in the permit leads directly to more water trucked in, more road damage, and more costs for the neighbors to bear over time as LRA Growers' profits accumulate. In summary, we maintain the appeal should be granted because, due to the negative impact on the community, the neighbors are overwhelmingly against this permit. The San Marcos Community Overlay Survey and committee are definitively against commercial cultivation in rural residential zoning. The water required to maintain 100 plants is completely underestimated by the applicant. The road is not up to code and is not engineered to withstand the payload required to truck water weekly. The cost of maintaining the road falls on the neighbors and not on LRA Growers. The conditions on the permit do not adequately address the issues and can be easily skirted. For these reasons, the concerned neighbors of 62 South Fork Extension ask that the board grant our appeal and refuse to issue the conditional permit to LRA Growers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Anything from me?
Okay, I think later. I am going to go to LA Growers now for your presentation. Am I saying your name right? I'm sorry. LRA Growers.
How are you? I'm Michael Salambini, representing LRA Growers with Santa Fe Permits.
And Madam Chair, you would like all of them sworn in as well?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right.
What was that?
Who all from your group will be?
Oh, do you want to be sworn in?
You would just stand where you are and raise your hand.
Okay, for those of you who are going to be giving a presentation and testifying,
Please raise your right hand.
raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And for the record, before you each testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Jennifer Salambini.
Into the mic, please.
Jennifer Salambini, 51 Rito Guicu, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507.
And Michael Salambini, 51 Rito Guicu, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners, for giving us this opportunity. We want to first kind of touch on the fact to remember that this hearing, unfortunately, isn't about whether we or anybody supports cannabis legislation, cannabis growing or not. This is about whether it's allowed on 62 South Fork Extension. What we intend to show is that Mr. Harris has tediously followed every state rule, requirement, recommendation, every county rule, requirement, and recommendation, and even followed the San Marcos overlay rules and requirements that they put into place, regarding cannabis growth. He's even made certain that he obliged the Planning Commission's ruling and conditions that they had set when they granted approval. In fact, all of the requirements that Jim has adhered to, are part that, even the Board of Commissioners passed back in July of 2021. And, and that was a unanimous vote. So it's right here. So as everybody knows, the state of New Mexico had legalized adult recreational marijuana on April 2nd, or April 12th, 2021. And that the New Mexico cannabis producer microbusiness, a cannabis producer at a single licensed premises that possesses no more than 200 total mature plants at any given time. Yeah. So this actually will show where the grow area is in a picture of the proposed area, which is only 65 feet by 65 feet. The area, the subject property sits on 10.22 acres, and it has been set up as an outdoor grow area because of the requirement from the San Marcos overlay that we'll get into in a second. The outdoor grow will be centrally located inside that 10 acres, and the garden will be set back from the property. In that spot, you cannot see other homes or, anything without the wall that will be built. A fence, I'm sorry. And then it's over a quarter mile from the closest neighboring residence. A quarter mile, a tenth of a mile, excuse me, from the closest neighboring residence. And as I said, the visibility, it can't be seen from any residence, even without the fence. Oh, I keep doing it. This is a site plan on how the grow area looks. Yep, and this shows everything existing, and then the site, the proposed site for the garden. So San Marcos Overlay District, and this is really where I think a lot of this is kind of culminating this debate, but the site's zoned rural residential within the San Marcos Community District. And if you look at their at the San Marcos Community planning, what their planning commission had approved, it shows that a cannabis producer, microbusiness, is a conditional use within this zoning. The commercial greenhouses are prohibited within this zoning district.
So you only have a choice just to do an outdoor grow in that zoning district.
Yeah, and that's actually an important point. It was brought up during Planning Commission, is that according to the rules and requirements that San Marcos had voted on and put out, Mr. Harris is actually only doing what they required, which is an outdoor growing area, because he can't do a greenhouse as it would be commercial, being a microbusiness. It's not within 500 feet of a sensitive use area, such as a school, a daycare facility, public park, religious institution. There's no, it's not within 200 feet of another cannabis retailer or consumption area, and it's over 1/10 of a mile from the closest neighboring residence. Yeah. But like I said, if you go to the 9.14 of the San Marcos 4 zoning district, under cannabis production, it says that outdoor cannabis production, permitted use in rural zone districts, conditional use in rural fringe and rural residential, which this is. Neighboring businesses. So the area, this road in which Jim lives on South Fork Extension, is home to a few businesses. You've got Apogee Spirulina Algae Farm, and Spirlicious Foods. You've got Anderson Ranch Arts Center and Ceramic Studio with a commercial wood burning kiln, and a Etchmaster glass blowing and etching, and trainings and workshops. And so it shows that this area, that this little neighborhood actually is a business-friendly neighborhood for small business. Each of these locations, one is, directly next door. The other is at the end of the road that passes by him. And and then Anderson Ranch Arts Center is just kind of right over the next door neighbor, so the property adjacent to the next door neighbor. The other part that has been caused a bit of fuss is the water usage. One of the main points and conditions made on Planning Commission was that Mr. Harris put in a water meter. and in which he's actually already done. He's already done that and fulfilled that requirement and registered it, as was one of the conditions. So as far as the implication that, you know, Mr. Harris, if we're in a drought, will go running to his well is unfounded and it's baseless and shouldn't even be brought up, because that implies that Mr. Harris would break the rule, which he wouldn't, for multiple reasons. One, integrity, but the other would be because the pH levels in the water from the well would just speed up the killing process, as it is not, you know, good for the plants. It doesn't work for the plants anyway. And so that was never on the table. It wasn't on the table during the ENN. It wasn't on the table during Planning Commission, and has never been a point where, you know, a source of water for Mr. Harris and LRA growers. So the on-site well will be for household use only. A Carlin SSM meter was installed in June of 2023, and it's registered with the Office of the State Engineer for monitoring. Meter reading will document that water from the well is not being used for the grow facility. The pH levels in the domestic well water are too high and would kill the plants. Now, transporting water. I know there's been a lot of discussion on this, but water will be transported from the Santa Fe County Automated Bulk Water Dispensing Facility, roughly twice a week by pickup truck, which belongs to Mr. Harris of LRA Growers, and basically using a flatbed trailer and a water tank. And we'll show you what that will actually look like. Water storage from the Santa Fe County Automated Bulk Water Dispensing Facility will be stored on site in a 1,200-gallon cistern. And so, again, to kind of break down the idea that a 3,000-gallon water truck would be driving down the road, as was stated, that's kind of impossible because he only has a 1,200-gallon cistern. And, you know, so we built structured a watering plan. And what we've done is taking from other businesses in similar climates and using their data is exactly what Mr. Harris is doing when he's doing his grow. It's using the examples and the data from other businesses in similar climates. Going through Illinois and such is not useful because our climate is very different than that at the University of Illinois. So this represents exactly what, not just the plan, because as a business goes, you need to make a business plan. This being part of the business plan, especially since his business is the growth of a plant, it's important for him to really know what kind of water to expect, how much, you know, these are expenses, and he needs to, you know, figure these out before he goes into business. There are 4 stages or for cannabis growth. The first stage is the germination and seeding stage. Anybody who has had a garden has planted in soil outside will realize that that portion of the process is not a couple of days, but rather, you know, in this case, about 4 weeks, roughly. So for the first month, assuming that May 1st was planting, you've got roughly 6-month growing season. So between end of October and May 1st, there is no growing, there is no micro grow business going on that has anything to do with water or travel or anything like that. So May 1st is your germination begins. During that process, you will not be adding 6 gallons, 3 gallons. You're not going to be watering plants every single day. In fact, the process is that you will start with the soil being about, you adding about 25% of what the gallon size of the pot is. So in this case, a 20-gallon pot would mean 5 gallons of water would effectively moisten the water enough to plant and germinate the seeds. From that point in this climate, it will take roughly in here, you will only be watering a small amount every 4 to 7 days during the germination process. After that, during the seeding process, it will increase, but very minimally. Therefore, we figure on the high side, about 1,760 gallons of water total is what it would take for the entire month of May, trucked in. Using data for the last 10 years in Santa Fe County rainfall, and using the surface area of say 100 plants, that would equate to 940 gallons of water would be added in by rain. That is only showing the surface area of the pots. It is not part of any portion of the collection process. That's just what goes into the pots. So move up to the June, 3710, July, 5170, and then you get up into what we did on these numbers is we took the numbers from other growers in similar climates and how much water they use in a sophisticated drip system. The water you use in a sophisticated drip system is not the same amount that you would use if you just had a pitcher and you were pouring it in. Mr. Harris's drip system will keep excess water from pooling or filling up inside the pots. And so, but the numbers we used were on the high side so that we could show that even when you use them on the high side, the amount of water is significantly less than what the concerned neighbors have shown on their presentations. So the most, assuming, a very dry season, August would see 12,770 gallons. September would see 13,060. Those are the two most vital points of the growth season. And then October being towards the end of the harvest, very much on the high side, we put in 9670, but by that time you're wrapping it up. Now all kinds of things could affect that and stop it altogether. A frost. We know we've had frosts in October, and things like that would actually decrease that number and could be even significantly. There would be nothing that would actually increase it as we accounted for, erring on the side of caution. So the highest amount of water trucked into it for an entire grow season would be 47,470, which is what we show on the graph. The lower end trucked in would be roughly 32,000 gallons of water and 640 gallons. So the highest number of truckloads possible would equate to no more than 4 truckloads a week. And this would only be in that peak growing season for less than 8 weeks. Okay. As far as the roads and transporting the water has been a concern, the driveway Hammerhead allows for emergency access and emergency vehicle turnaround. The grow area is not within or obstructing a platted access easement. And that's important because there was brought up that there was a concern for fire. That is not a concern on the side of the fire marshal. Neighboring businesses currently use this road for their employees and commercial activity on a daily basis. LRA growers proposed grow area will not require new access points or any additional construction, nor will they have any employees.
Jim will be the owner.
Yes, Mr. Harris is the only employee, and he already currently resides there. Traffic, there will not be any additional traffic. The grow area is behind the residence. Mr. Harris lives on site and is the only employee. Hauling water into the site will occur twice a week on his way home from work, only during the grow season. The impact on the local and regional roadways will essentially be unchanging. Maintenance, this is also very important, there is not a recorded road maintenance agreement there. Some more impact facts here is, as we stated in the watering plan, Mr. Harris will only be driving with his trailer, which looks like this here. The specs on it is 1,430 pounds. And he will be doing it between 2 to 6 times per month for the first 3 months. When you look at those weights, and this is actually another very important point, a GMC Sierra 1500 weighs 7,522 pounds. That is curb weight plus 2 adults. That is not the gross vehicle weight. The gross vehicle weight is well over 8,000. The Ford F-250, and these are vehicles that are actually in that area. There are people in the area that have these vehicles. And a Ford F-250 is 8,649 pounds. And that is current for a 2023 model. The container that we're using is actually a little larger than the one Jim was planning to use. But we wanted, again, to err on the side of caution, to show your worst case scenarios. This showing one being 750 gallons versus the 600-gallon tank that he actually is using. This weighs 185 pounds. His is probably a little bit lighter. Full would be 6,225 pounds if it were a 750-gallon tank, that is. When you put those two together, and my background is actually having been owning car dealerships and having been, expert witness for insurance companies. Things like this and information and specifications like this are my area of expertise. And the trailer would be considered unladen weight. A trailer by itself, a trailer connected to a truck is considered, unladen and is counted as weight as would be a separate vehicle. And so therefore the impact on a roadway would be as if it were 2 vehicles. That's important because like a water truck is not 2 vehicles. That is all one fixed truck, and carrying 3,000 gallons, that could do damage like a garbage truck would. But 2 small light duty vehicles would not by any means make any more impact than any other automobile driving down the road. Therefore, when that trailer is empty, when he leaves, the trailer is empty. Therefore, only weighs a little over 1,500 pounds, or as much as an Indian motorcycle with a rider on it. So that would be like Mr. Harris leaving in his pickup truck and someone following him on an Indian motorcycle. I can't imagine any of the neighbors would be upset with that if that were to happen up to 40 to 50 times in an entire 6-month growing season. If when he's coming home after work, it would be like 2 pickup trucks following each other. And even the bigger one I put up there, even though it would never weigh that much, nobody would ever raise it, any kind of concerns over seeing 2 pickup trucks driving down the road. The last is a pickup truck and a camper. There are many people, in fact, if you look just on the GIS site, you can see that there are people in that area that have campers. I am also certain that San Marcos planning folks have not come out and said, you know what, your campers are doing too much damage. I'm using the camper that actually I'm very familiar with, and that camper, without anything in it, is nearly 8,000 pounds. So as far as damaging roadways, these are real life examples of what this, is exactly what this would be equivalent to. Now, moving on to the odor, another concern. LRA growers will not process, they will not test, they will not distribute cannabis on this site. They will only be growing and harvesting. So this also has been, it's been explained both, the legislative level about both wind and climate here. Because we live in a very dry climate, odor does not linger, not like it does in more humid climates, and especially if it's, say, more stale and there's not as much wind. As all of us know, once you get out into Santa Fe County, we are not lacking in the amount of wind that we get to enjoy on a daily basis. Couple that with the dry climate, and the odor will be on such a small amount of plants would be minimal, if even noticeable, especially at the distances which the closest people could possibly be to the grow area. Yeah, but what's that? Yeah, but just in case there could be odor, we have odor mitigation. Cannabusters. Cannabusters is backed by more than a decade of success across the odorous industry and has been certified as safe by Section 21 of the United States Code of Federal Registers. The system will consist of top of fence mounted misting with nozzles at 5 degrees. It will be controlled by a wind meter, which will activate the downwind section of misting nozzles and reduce odor by eliminating on contact all odors, blowing them from the crop. The system's injector will be set to different dosages and rates according to the crop's growing stages, as we discussed. And this will be turned on and off based on the wind direction and the wind speed. So so basically how it works, Cannabusters oxidizes organic odor molecules upon contact. Cannabusters is odorless. Odor molecules are eliminated on contact, resulting in no odor molecule and no odor molecules and no odor. Cannabusters is silent. It does not make noise. Light was another concern. Since this is an outdoor grow area in which natural sunlight will be used, there will be no synthetic sun or synthetic light used for the growing, especially outdoors. Exterior lighting, the only exterior lighting is the security lighting, which is designed to illuminate the grow area from dusk to dawn and includes motion sensors designated to stay off unless triggered. There will be 8 outdoor security lights that will be fitted with shielding that directs light downward. The lights provide a security measure required by the state of New Mexico. And again, I can't stress this enough. These lights must be triggered, and they are required by the state. The outdoor lighting standards will be followed to enhance the safety of area during the evening hours, provided security, conserve energy, protect the night sky consistent with the Night Sky Protection Act. And so I just also want to express that these are the things that the state has required. These are the things that the county has accepted. And these are the things that also San Marcos Overlay has accepted to the point where they required that it must be an outdoor grow area. On to crime and the concern with crimes. Concerns are speculative. Public records, including Family Watchdog and Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, hot sheets indicate crime is happening inside the community currently, within the neighborhood and between the residents, not a result of outsiders or influenced by any microgrows. The data, there are 2 registered sex offenders against a child. Distance from 62 South Fork Extension are between half a mile and another 1.46 miles. Cases in 2023, assault and battery, homicide, domestic disturbance and battery, burglary of a motor vehicle. These sources come from, sources that are accessible to all of us, being Family Watchdog and Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. So it's all on public record. LRA Growers, owner Mr. Harris, has state-of-the-art surveillance cameras that will monitor the area 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to ensure that the safe operation of the grow area. The owner lives on site and will have the ability to remotely access security features should the need arise. On to property values. There is no sufficient evidence to support the impact of cannabis or microgrows on property values. According to Experian, a home's value is affected by local real estate trends, the housing market, the home's condition, age, location, neighborhood, appeal, and property size. Well-priced homes that are not testing the market are moving at a healthy pace in this area.
You have not changed the page.
Oh, what's that? Oh, I'm sorry. I did.
Keep looking at it.
Sorry. So as far as property values go, I know it's been stated. I think it's important to say that it's easy to say that someone wasn't able to sell a property because they heard that there could possibly be a microgrow business. That is completely baseless. It's not something that there's been no example of of that anywhere, because especially in San Marcos Overlay, because this is the first one. Secondly, speaking with a real estate agent for Barker Realty, they do not and cannot sway or manipulate a sale by within their code of ethics as a realtor by saying that there is a microgrow in the area or even acknowledging it. Doesn't mean that people couldn't do their own research. Obviously they could, but a real estate agent will not tell them that. And this comes from 2 well-known trusted real estate agents here in Santa Fe. As far as a house being on the market too long because of a possible micro business, when you pull up Zillow's map, you will see that there is no property for sale within a mile of Mr. Harris's home. And if anything has not sold or sold, it's not recorded on Zillow, which is one of the largest, I think, arguably, real estate sites out there. So I don't want to put speculation before you. So I would also like to remove speculation from other things that have been told, because it's not, there's no fact behind it. It's just hearsay. Okay.
It's just some real estate data.
Yeah, this is other real estate data that talks about inventory and and market trends. And I think all of us here in Santa Fe know about spiking and spiking up trends and downward trends, and it's a very volatile market even now. So again, this kind of debunks anything that would imply that this would hurt that a garden 65 by 65 feet with a fence that you not only do not have to disclose, but your code of ethics keeps you from disclosing, is certainly backed up by the data. So we also, on the last page here, we included Mr. Harris's a digital copy of his license for LRA Growers LLC that he did go through the state and get, and was also assigned a case planner that, if anybody is familiar with the process, they do make sure that his location and all the processes are met before they issue these licenses. And they saw that he was actually going through the process the right way. And they didn't see any major roadblocks that should stop that being, as they looked at both county and overlay requirements. So that is our presentation. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. I would personally like to go to the public hearing, but if there's anybody who has questions that they need to ask right now up here, okay? So thank you very much. We will go to public hearing. How many people in the audience are here to speak for or against this? So we'll have 3 minutes. So I'm going to have a timer put up.
Would you like to do a mass swearing in and
Yes.
then?
So if everyone who wishes to speak, would you please stand and raise your right hand?
Okay, folks, we'll do the oath, and then when you come up to speak, you'll give your name and your address, okay? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, and then when you come up, you'll state your name, your address, and that you're under oath.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Montgomery. I've lived on 36 Pine West for 30 years, which is a neighbor of the Grow. I would just like to say that I think the county has done an amazing job in their sustainability efforts. And every week I'm on a newsletter and I get all sorts of information about how things are, the county is looking forward. And one of my concerns is about water sustainability over the long term, whether it's crops, whether it's development, excess development, how we're all going to handle that. But anyway, that's just one of my concerns. The other thing I just wanted to say, and I've lost my train of thought, so hold on just for a minute. Sorry. Is that the survey that was done for the San Marcos Overlay District in our area, those are our neighbors, okay? The indication was that 77.3% or 78%, 78% of people do not want neighbors. These are my neighbors. These are the people here, do not want an outdoor grow in the area. They just don't want it. Okay, they want, you can have a cannabis business, other kinds of things, but an outdoor grow is one place where people were overwhelmingly unhappy about, or I should say, were firm about what they wanted. Other things were like 50-50 and other kinds of ideas, but the 77% did not want outdoor grows in their neighborhoods for many different reasons. But I think that is the issue, and I think Mr. Harris's his farm, his cannabis grow we're like going to be guinea pigs. His is the first one he was asking. I know of another one in the area. And I think maybe the commission would like to take some time to think about what it means, because at the last meeting, no one had the opportunity of the statistics from that particular survey. So it might behoove the commission to take time to think about what the neighbors want, what people in their constituents want, what other constituents throughout the county want in their neighborhood. And so that's where I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Adan Mendoza and my address is 113 Pine West. I live in the area. My family's owned the property since the 80s, and I've lived out in the area since 1995. My parents moved out there, and I currently live out there. I want to say that, again, I want to reiterate that this isn't about cannabis and whether you support cannabis growth or legalization or anything like that. This is about the community of San Marcos. I will say that the applicant in his presentation and their presentation, I think, made an attempt to explain how they met every condition in reference to the permit. But I think they missed out on an important part, and what they didn't prove is that the community supports this permit. And I think if you look in your packets and you see how many neighbors and how many people in the community do not support this permit, this use in the community, I think you will understand that it's overwhelmingly against this use. I think that's an important aspect. I think as the commission, you have the ability to hear the voice of the constituents and the people that live out in the community. And I think that's very important. I personally would request your support for the appeal of this permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas Petrovic, reside at 58 South Fork Extension, the property right next to Mr. Harris's, and I am speaking for my parents this evening and myself. My folks moved out there in the mid-90s to get away from cities, crime, light pollution, etc. And this is not something they're looking forward to. They're in their 90s now. This is not the way they want to end their golden years. That said, I would like to clarify something for the record. I'm the owner of Apogee Spirulina, which they stated my farm is at 58 South Fork. It is not. It is at Santa Fe Community College, and there's no employees at all coming out to 58 South Fork Extension. And one thing I'd like to say throughout this process, we've been told that this cannabis grow is no larger than a vegetable garden, etc. Vegetable gardens do not require 8-foot tall fences, video surveillance, lights to light up the area at night. And so this is more than a vegetable grow, and my folks are really against this, and we would like to see the appeal reversed. Or yeah, anyway, thanks guys.
Next.
My name is Rick Von Kanel. I live at 36 Pine West. I wanted to point out another inaccuracy in the LRA growers' presentation regarding businesses in the area. Apogee was never operated the business there. The neighbor on the other side, Etchmaster Glass, also the owner lives there, but the business was located elsewhere. The other thing I'm concerned about is if their estimate of the water usage is not correct, then what happens after that? I haven't heard any plan to solve that problem, the damage to the road, who would cover that or take care of it. And thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Yes, my name is Shirley Vogt Spear. I live at 100 Pine West. My concern, I have a few concerns. One is the water, as we know, is a precious, diminishing resource in the entire Southwest. So I realize that legally he cannot take water from the well, and that's great. And he says he can't use it anyway, but the water that's taken from the community is still depleting a precious resource in our area that a lot of people are taking steps to guard. And I just think that's something we need to all consider. Next, I'm on the San Marcos Planning Committee. I think it's my civic duty to do so. I attend the meetings. I have been doing this for some time, and we work hard. And I just want to point out that use matrix that was presented was one that was assumed by the Planning Committee. It was not from the San Marcos Overlay District. We just met and the first time discussed it a couple of weeks ago in June. And overwhelming, all the people that are on the Planning Committee said no. They do not want grows in rural residential areas. It reflected the same as what you saw on the survey of the 77%. So I think that's pretty accurate. And I think we need to be given a chance to put together our use matrix, to get everything approved, to go through all the procedures that everyone would go through, legally in our area for any new kinds of businesses. And let us get this plan together first. So I don't see what the rush is about getting this permit passed before the community has a chance to speak up and get their plan in place. So it just seems unfair to the people who are working hard. The other thing is, I think when people speak up, you should really be listening to people who live in the community, not from people from other areas. I feel like our community has not interfered in anyone else's permit. We have that's for them to decide, and I think we deserve the same respect, and that only people in the area should really have a say. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Ralph Scala. I'm also speaking for my partner, Bridget Green. We own the properties 56 South Fork Extension and 32 South Fork Extension. I am actually the person that was looking at the property that was directly next door. And so I understand that through real estate stuff that it wasn't put out there. But we decided to not purchase that property directly next to the grow because the only buildable site on that property is in direct sight of the grow, which if it has security lights going on from dusk till dawn, one of the reasons we all moved out there is for the peacefulness, the great sky that we're looking at in the evening and whatnot. So having that would be quite well, it would just be annoying all night long to have to look at that. I'd also like to talk about the smell. I know some of us who are driving from in and out of town, even if you go by the Bisbee Court and you're driving along Highway 14, those indoor grows, which have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on mitigating smell, pump it out and it still smells like a weed farm when you're driving on the highway. So that's something, to consider. We're only a few doors down, and depending on which way the wind blows, it is really quite strong. Let's see. I'm not quite sure to say about the watchdogs. I love Jim's dogs. They oftentimes will spend half the day at my house during the day. So, and you know, they're hanging out with me on my property, which is 3 doors down from him. How are they keeping control of what is happening, or even, you know, watching a situation that they're not at? I also would have to say that this is very difficult. One of the reasons we moved out there is, you know, to have autonomy and stuff, and to tell somebody what they can do with their property doesn't really sit well with me, but something like this has a huge effect on the community. It doesn't take a criminal mastermind to know that the lead time to, you know, for some calls out there takes quite a while, and security lights is not going to stop a criminal to jump a fence and cut down plants. You know, there's been instances where I had a high school kid working for me, helping me. He had a gun pulled on him, you know, just you know, right there on South Fork, because he gave somebody the eye at a stoplight, you know. So there's real stuff happening in our neighborhood that's not being even, you know, even talked about. So, you know, oops, 8 minutes. Well, I really appreciate you giving me the time to speak, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Next. Is there anybody else in this audience who wishes to speak?
I'm Ro Painter, and I'm a caddy corner for Mr. Harris on 73 South Fork Extension. Just to reiterate.
And you're under oath.
Yes. Just to.
You're under oath.
Sorry? Yes, I'm under oath. I'm sorry. The first impact I felt of this is the supermoon the other night, and I had people from out of state with me, and we walked out, and we had to walk beyond the Harris's property just to see the moon, because there were 5 or 6 bright lights out there, continuous. It's a huge impact. There's nothing that can be changed about that. He's going to use those. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak? I'm going to go to online.
Madam Chair, our online speaker is Dennis Kurtz.
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you like to swear him in?
Mr. Kurtz, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Dennis Kurtz, K-U-R-T-Z. My address is 42 San Marcos Road West, just off of Highway 14 in Santa Fe. I'm president of the San Marcos Association, and I am under oath. Just 2 major points I would like to make to the board. Comments have been made before this evening about the San Marcos Planning District overlay process. I want to make it clear to the board that this is not a case of the San Marcos Planning District Committee jumping up sort of now and saying we want to enact some kind of regulations concerning cannabis and so forth. In 2019, the BCC approved the San Marcos Planning District Community Plan in the summer. And in the fall of 2019, we started working on the overlay, the use matrix, that is the next step in that process. We worked on it in February of 2020. It was put on hold because of COVID. About 6 months later, I and others began asking the county what was going to happen. You know, by then, Zoom and WebEx and those things had gotten the bugs worked out of them. How are we going to proceed with the overlay process? It wasn't until 2023. So from 2019, we began this. 2023, when I believe Doug Spear made a comment at the hearing, the SLDC hearing concerning this application, that the overlay had never been completed yet. It wasn't until then that it was revived. All that time, we, the San Marcos Planning District, have been in limbo. And so from our perspective, I just want to make it clear, we feel like granting these kind of applications and even considering them when we haven't had a chance to fulfill our legal obligations is not really fair. That's the easiest way to say that. The second point I'd like to make, it has to do with the definition of a cannabis producer micro business. This is the definition in the ordinance and in the SLDC. A cannabis producer at a single licensed premise that possesses no more than 200 total mature cannabis plants at any one time. Mature is the problematic word, because any lawyer in the room can tell you that it says absolutely nothing about how many immature plants can be there. With that definition, it's possible for someone, especially a company with lawyers and people willing to push it, to come in and say, we're going to have 5 or 6 separate crops because they're not mature. Only this one is mature. Then 5 days from now, the next crop is mature. 5 days after, the next crop is mature. I'm not going to get into breeding cannabis and all that sort of thing, but down the line, this owner or a future owner could abuse the micro business license and put in far more crops than what are being proposed here in this application. That's going to increase the water, it's going to increase all the road use, going to increase all the other problems that have been discussed. Thank you for listening. I really would like you to consider this and the long-term future potential impact here.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else online?
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody else online that would like to speak.
Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak? Okay, seeing none, I am going to close the public hearing, and then I'm going to go to questions from the board. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions. I think the presentations were very thorough. I do have some concerns about the permit. I think that when we enacted the cannabis legislation 2 years ago, it was our intent that the communities with overlay districts would be able to regulate cannabis within their communities. And so I do feel like if this is approved, it is sort of circumventing that process that we were allowing people or wanting people to have. I think the other thing I want to point out is last summer during the monsoon season, a woman in this neighborhood came to me and said that her road was a mess. Could the county fix it? It turned out it was a private road, but Olivia and I went out anyway to drive the roads in that neighborhood, and they were indeed practically impassable during monsoon season. It was stated during the presentation that there's no road maintenance agreements, so in order for the roads to get maintained, I guess the neighbors have to get together on an ad hoc basis and come up with the money to fix them. I don't think that's the proper road condition for a business that has to truck in water regularly. I understand from their estimates it might not be that much more traffic, but I mean on that road I don't think he would have been able to get the water. I think there was a week when he might not have been able to get any water to his house. I think you could barely get to it on some of those roads. You know, I don't think we have any regulation about the lighting, but I do understand that if you're living in a dark place and all of a sudden there's a bunch of lights over a field, that could be very annoying. I don't know that we can decide based on that. And my last comment is I know the Planning Commission was trying to come up with a compromise, but I don't know that we have the staff to enforce the requirements that were put on there. Is somebody going to read the well monitor readings that they send in monthly? Is somebody on the growth management staff going to look at his receipts from the water use and figure out if he's using the amount that he's supposed to be using? I just think that that's a burden on our staff that they're not really equipped. And particularly if this is a precedent and then there's going to be others like this, which there probably are around the county, maybe not in this district, but are we going to monitor everybody's water use? I think that people who want to grow cannabis should grow it where there's water, and water right there. So that's my opinion so far, and I'd like to hear what the other commissioners think.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Green, I'm going to go to you first, and then I know Commissioner Hamilton.
Would you like to go? Wonderful. Okay, well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you to the appellants and the staff and the folks that are trying to exercise their rights up to an extent and maybe push the concerns. So to reiterate some of the concerns, you know, the water use to me is something that can be circumvented. I don't feel secure that that this is dealt with in an enforceable way. I'm concerned about the chemical that is being used for odor mitigation. I think that that's a bit of an issue to understand what that is made of and what kind of carry and spread that can have. Again, the road issue is a big issue given the fact that there is no road agreement, and within a road agreement there could easily be, and maybe this becomes a condition of approval, a stipend that is given to maintain the road. But without a road agreement, I don't know how that would get spent on folks that are just giving an easement there. Again, the county's enforcement and Cannabis Control Division. I had a question about this, wondering if we could actually get the license for that this micro business has been issued, qualified to say that it isn't 200 plants, but it's actually 100 plants or 50 plants or whatever condition and limit that we think is appropriate here if we decide to go in that route. The lighting issue, San Marcos is an amazing spot out there, and the Highway 14 corridor, I think, is a dark skies corridor, and I think we have some dark skies resolutions in Santa Fe County, and I don't think that this supports that. I have some questions that I would like to wait until I hear everybody else's thing to come back to, but please, thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hamilton.
So, I certainly totally respect the idea that communities have the right, if they do overlay districts, to determine what they want there and what they don't. But I understand that we had a pandemic, but there is still, you know, 4 years, and they haven't finished, you know, what they want to specify. And there's really, I mean, fairness has to happen for everybody. And so, you know, this is, you can only regulate based on what, and I know staff made a point of saying this, you can only regulate based on what regulations exist now. I don't think it's appropriate to say, well, you have to wait until we get all the regulations, because this is a use for a property and it's an appropriate use. All the factors that are considered in conditional use are met in this case in terms of public safety and whatnot. Things regarding crime are in fact speculative. You know, this is a legal thing to grow and do, and I don't think that the possibility of having the perception that everybody's going to come here to steal their cannabis plants is really, you know, very fair. You could argue that somebody could want to put in, you know, a thoroughbred racing breeding farm, breed expensive racehorses, and they would be an attractive nuisance to somebody who wanted to steal, you know, thoroughbreds. I mean, maybe a single horse is easier to attract than a single cannabis plant, but the point is that it's not something to deny an appropriate permit on. I don't know what to think about the light issue, because it's kind of a catch-22. If it's a dark skies area, but it's permitted to grow there, but the state's going to require them to do lights. There's got to be some way to mitigate that, you know? And maybe we can, that is one of the things it would, you know, I would like to get some guidance on, which is part of the reason I would like to actually ask if we could do an executive session after everybody gets their comments and discussions out, because there are certain points like that where it's so much of a catch-22 that it's like, well, we can, this is a conditionally permittable use, but it's also on a private road. And so because there's not a road maintenance agreement, well, we can't let you do the use. That's not appropriate either. I mean, we've had this discussion in other contexts. It's just too much of a catch-22 for me to be comfortable with it. And so, like I said, it's those points of, those legal points that I'd really like to get some advice on and discuss in executive session. And, you know, the water thing is another. There's no place in Santa Fe County or any place in New Mexico that argues against planting alfalfa. Cannabis, you know, the amount of water cannabis takes to grow, and I just looked it up, is significantly less than what it takes to grow alfalfa. And we don't outlaw people growing alfalfa, no matter how concerned people are about water use. So I find that to be problematic. And in fact, based on one, of course, my math could be wrong, one piece of data I looked up for inches of water used over a growing season, and assuming a 6-month growing season, the estimate is that the applicant put in is perfectly believable. That's kind of arguable if the budget was put in and was reviewed through the process, you know, by other boards, and it is an acceptable water budget. You can't say, well, you have to give us a water budget, but then put conditions, which the Planning Commission did, and then say, but I don't want to give this permit because it'll be a burden on the staff to enforce it. That's just not acceptable. So those are my thoughts and comments for now, but I'm requesting an executive session after everybody's questions are out.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for some clarification, alfalfa is typically, let's say the majority, and I don't know of any exceptions, is usually watered with surface water and significant water rights, and it would be very difficult to truck in water for alfalfa.
Yeah, but that wasn't the point of the analogy. The point of the analogy, if you were only growing 65 by 65 feet of alfalfa, is having to do with a prejudice about what plant you're growing, not about that it in fact does use more water.
Right.
And so it was the argument of how much water.
Okay. For the crop itself, again, yeah, it might use less water, but that water isn't present on site. So it wouldn't really be that it was about the alfalfa other than what it is that we're actually talking about, that we're growing. And I have to hear, and I just have to say, I completely hear what Commissioner Hughes is saying. If the overlay district and the community planning process is underway and everyone was delayed in that process, and being from a community of primarily working class, how often can we get together to work on our community plan type of infrastructure or community infrastructure, otherwise, what is the purpose of a community plan if not to define what is appropriate for the community? And when I think of what that road situation, living in a very similar community, I didn't hear anything about what the applicant, not the appellant, but the LRA growers would do to improve the road, make that amenable. Maybe that's something that could come out during the planning process. But to the contrary, those roads are very difficult to maintain, and we don't have, I'll just say, we don't have the county staff and capability for the enforcement of the water criteria that is being brought up. I mean, it's, when I look and reading through the water use issues, and I will say I have incredible respect for those individuals who had, quote unquote, quite skeptical of the water usage claims. We're talking about somebody who's been farming multiple generations who's saying, under these conditions, what would it really take to grow that here, on top of what it's going to do to the roadway. I don't think it's appropriate for us to imagine what that would, well, I think it is appropriate. It's our job to imagine what that would be. But really, when we get to what the conditional use permit is, I guess I have a question for Mr. Larrañaga. What is the purpose of a conditional use permit? I mean, and in real general terms, what is the purpose of a conditional use permit, particularly when you have an overlay district that is responsible for the planning of their community? And I don't want you to have to go through that unless you have it readily available. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So this may answer your question, Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante. Under Appendix B, use matrix, the Table 8-4, use matrix labels, it states the condition, letter, well, let's see. The use is permitted within the zoning district only after review and approval of a conditional use permit in accordance with Chapter 4. So a conditional use may have to meet other standards, sustainable, the SRAs, studies, reports, and assessments. So this particular case went to SHPO for review. They had no comments. There wasn't any archaeological sites on there. And water, of course, is always a big question on any project. But staff agreed and researched with our own utilities department as far as water and the bulk station. They sell either commercial or residential. So on the water, again, I contact OSC. I've been in contact with them since we started the Canvas applications. And they consider a bulk water station a commercial water station. So it'd be commercial water that he would be hauling in. Again, conditional use would be bringing it forward to the Hearing Officer Planning Commission and having a public hearing and have people speak out on it, where a permitted use would be a site development plan that would be done administratively. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you, Mr. Larrañaga. That helps a lot. So if there is actually a determination that there would be a public hearing, then again, what would be the point of a public hearing if it wasn't to listen to the concerns and issues brought forth by the public? And looking through the survey that was done, and I understand that survey was done by our staff, correct? And the responses from that survey, I don't think that it is a matter of what the particular product is. I do see, and it would, I would say I kind of had a big question when it was, wait a minute, we're saying Apogee? I mean, I work with Nick, I happened to work at the community college when that was happening there, and it isn't where, in this location, and I thought, well, is there another, not to mention that two of those, of the organizations that were listed that were theoretically in close proximity doing algae, which would have a huge effect on water, have nothing to do, like they're not anywhere near that area. In fact, they're at the community college where someone else recommended what would it take for the community college to take this type of project and look at, what it would really mean to be feasible under the circumstances that we have in this type of climate and I would say terrain, because this is not an agrarian terrain. And that is a huge difference to me in water availability. I also want to point out that if there's anybody as surprised as I am, and I think we can all look around the room and say, to base previous year's water, when we would have the monsoons, it was apparent we seemed to be having monsoons. How is apparent and seem to be, they're contradictory terms, but it seemed like we were having our monsoons in April this year. I don't know if we're going to get, and I don't believe there's, someone can do all the predictions, but right now it sort of seems to be up in the air. And I'm not going to say that I've never trusted the weather forecaster, but the reality is we're basing things off of these patterns, weather patterns that have obviously changed. And even the most skeptical will acknowledge that the weather patterns have changed. And it might mean you're flush with water. Point is, these are all sort of speculation outside of what boils down to be what Commissioner Hughes has stated, be that when we don't have the staff, we don't have the personnel infrastructure to monitor the water use, to actually stay on top of what it would mean to meet those requirements that would be put in place, and compatibility with a zoning district that's still in a planning phase for an overlay district. If it's not for that reason why we have public comment, recognize I'm repeating myself, but if that's not the reason we have public comment, and that having a community plan is to address those impacts on the community, I would say it is clear that the concern for the water is an impact. I also feel that I need to say, yes, and I have said in public forum, that speculation can have its impacts on the community. Like the worry of something has its impacts on the community. That's something that's a given. It's yes, and their concerns are creating and generating a general community discomfort, if you will. That's an understatement. But one thing that has happened is there are times that we can do something that would actually have, I'll give the exact example of the growth of the airport. The airport had people in that particular area south of the airport very worried that it was just going to be very loud and nightmarish, and we filled literally the old Sweeney Center protesting the size of the airport till sound studies were done and larger airplanes are gone sooner, and we don't have the same type of impact on the community that was assumed in the first place. But none of that work has happened here. Nothing has happened to assume or understand what type of impact this will have on the community. What is evident is that there is a road that is in bad shape that no one has agreed to maintain in the interest of someone's business, and the business has not put forth some type of proposal to say, to address your concerns, we would do these things with regard to the road. And again, we can't actually monitor the water usage. So that's what I have to say. I don't have, other than the question about what the conditional use would be. Yes, I do hear and I do see that they have met the requirements of the law in that regard, but the law in the other parts of it also say that the community has a say in what is going to happen within their community with regard to the community planning process. So that is my general take.
Thank you, everyone. So one of my concerns is the light. I do think that is an issue, but the way I heard you say this is that the light would only go off if it was triggered. It's not on all the time. Okay, I'm seeing somebody shake their head that's inside. So it's not on from dusk to dawn. You have to speak into the microphone if you're going to speak. Turn it on.
There we go. Did I do that the whole time? Yes, it is motion activated, and it is within the fenced-in area. So it is not on from dusk till dawn. The sensors are on from dusk till dawn, not the lights. The lights will only come on when activated. And it's set up for security surveillance, it's more sophisticated than what you have at your garage
It's
door.
not going to go off when the wind blows.
Right, exactly. You know, if the wind's blowing and a plant moves, it's not going to set off the motion detector, the light detector. It would have to be actual, you know, something actually happening, someone inside there breaking in. And that's a requirement from the state. They're very specific on, you know, what kind. You can't just, like I said, you can't just use a, you know, a Home Depot garage door light sensor. This is a, you know, a security sensor that is specific for, you know, someone breaking in.
Okay.
So yeah, it is not light that is always on. It's only in the instance. And again, it comes on and then it goes off. And there's cameras so that the light will allow the cameras to pick up the, you know, face and stuff like that, things that like night vision and stuff can't do.
Thank you. So my other concern is that when we wrote these regulations for cannabis, one of my concerns was that I wanted to make sure that small businesses could actually be able to grow cannabis and have a business. And, you know, so this is the first one that's come in front of us. But that was one of the strong intentions of this board, was to make sure that, you know, there would be individual small growers that would be able to grow cannabis, that we wouldn't be relying on large corporations or out-of-state businesses coming in to grow cannabis in our community and creating big businesses. I mean, 100 plants is a really small grow area. I mean, you know, I've seen 100 plants grown in, you know, a garage. I mean, some areas that are not even that big. So, you know, I have you know, I thought 200 plants was reasonable. The road is definitely an issue, but is West Pine Road or West Pine Road, is that also a private road? Okay. So, and I also see that a lot of, there's not a lot of neighbors around this location at the moment. I mean, not within direct contact. It seems like it's a good, below you, there's nobody. I looked on the assessor's map. So I don't really know if this is going to bring more criminal activity. I think we're in a different stage, like what Commissioner Bustamante stated about the fear of all the noise from the airport. You know, we're now, cannabis is legal. You know, like when people had cannabis stolen, it was usually when it was an underground market, it was illegal, and people wanted to just go rip off plants from other people, where that's not the case anymore. The case is that you can buy cannabis anywhere, it's legal. So this is the kind of situation that I think we imagined for people to be able to have a small business and be a cannabis grower. And I know there's still obviously a lot of stigma around it. That is what I am seeing, fear and stigma of, you know, overuse of water, over the lights, and the road issue. I would like to see some kind of a maintenance agreement on the road. I think that seems reasonable to me, even though because you all live there on this road together. I mean, there's looks like there's at least 10 people. And West Pine Avenue or Road, West Pine, or Pine West, I'm sorry if I'm getting that wrong. I don't know, do they have a road agreement? So nobody has a road agreement. And so that's something that I see constantly in the county. It's not uncommon. That's the way it seems that people do business. But I'm thinking if Mr. Harris is going to want to be able to get his truck in there, he's going to want a good road to travel on. Otherwise, it's more damage to his vehicle. So those are my comments at the moment. I'm going to go to Commissioner Green, and then I'll do one more round, and then I'll ask. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the applicants, does the current home that's on there have water harvesting on the roof? Do you have cisterns, and do you have a harvesting system, or are you planning one?
So, Mr. Harris, you are not sworn in. So you need to be sworn in.
All right, sir, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
James Harris, 62 South Fork Extension.
And that you're under oath. Say that you're under oath.
I'm sorry.
Just state that you're under oath.
Oh, and I'm under oath.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So the question is do you have water harvesting from your roof right now?
Water retention.
Water retention, but not something that you could harvest for use in irrigation of these plants?
I can't. I'm on a flat roof, so I have canales that I can add water retention barrels.
Sure. How big is the your impervious surface or your roof?
2,600 square feet.
Okay, wonderful. And then you are the sole proprietor of LRA Growers?
Yes.
So it's a sole member LLC?
Yes.
Okay. And you're the only owner of your property?
Yes.
Okay. This is a right that could be transferable with the property?
I don't believe so. I don't believe that can be transferred.
Okay, well, that may be something that we would have to take into consideration to say that we're not making an opportunity for somebody to just flip this property as a allowable use, right? And as a restriction.
Yeah, I think because of the license, the license is to individual.
Yes.
It's an LLC. People sell LLCs all the time, but it's, I don't know how.
I believe I read that it is not transferable.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Have you brought specifications for the lighting that actually show that it's going to be either shielded or not from the neighbors? Is there a lighting plan? Is this on a slope? Are these hung on below the 8-foot fence?
They are just below the 8-foot fence, yeah,
below the top.
and facing down and shielded. So any real light would be more reflective off of the ground than anything else.
Sure. And no additional security lighting would be put on the property that would be visible from a neighbor?
No more than what is there now.
Okay. Is there this may be for the folks in the neighborhood, but is there the last $11,000 I think I heard was what it cost to lay in base course and to grade the road? And is that just for the South Fork extension that goes, or is it for the whole South Fork? And
It is for the entire South Fork, which is, I think it's a quarter mile or so long. or a quarter to a half mile long.
I'll ask you to verify that in a second. Let me just work with here. Well, somebody else can follow up with that if that's a necessity, but I think I have enough information for right now.
Okay, Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you. Do you currently participate in road repairs when they need to be done?
Yes, and
Just as a neighbor, as a landowner?
yeah, we all put on our share depending upon where you are on the road, how much of the road you use. 4 years ago, I took my own time to fill in the potholes, and that was solely on my own. And I'm more than willing to do that additionally, just so that you're aware of the amount of traffic on our road. I put up a cam and monitored the traffic from my residence to the end of the road because there are 3 residents after me and it's a dead-end road. So I did monitor the traffic over a 2.5-week period and counted the cars and trucks per pass, per vehicle. So a vehicle in, vehicle out, that would be 2 passes on the road. And the total in 2.5 weeks was 385 vehicles total in 2.5 weeks. So just doing the math for those 4 homes, including mine, you're over 7,000 passes on that road per year. There are 9 residents on South Fork. So you could realistically double that number to 14,000 to 15,000 passes on that road. In a grow season, passes with a loaded truck of water would total about 40 passes as compared to 14,000 passes, just so that you're aware of the actual impact. It's not quite what it sounds, and I'd like you to know that.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
just want to say.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Yes, you can sit down or whatever. I'm finished.
Thank
feel
you.
like
You can sit down.
Like that information is valid. How much use of the road and what the options are for fixing it, it doesn't change that much. It, to me, is not a reason to interfere with what is an acceptable conditional use, because the terms of the requirements to meet conditional use have in fact been met. In fact, I've been lectured by other people on this board that that's why we have staff there, to do this kind of analysis. And that's exactly what the staff report says. The water requirements have been met, the lighting requirements have been met, the road requirements have been met. The thing that is not addressed is, like, it is certainly true that if San Marcos had a prohibition against a grow in their overlay district, we wouldn't be sitting here, but they don't. And while listening to the community is what we're all about, I mean, that's entirely important. We have sat through many, many, many hearings where people said, I don't want so-and-so to build their house on their property, which is neighbor's mine, because I've had 20 years of a clear view. And it doesn't matter if everybody in the community agrees. You can have 100% agreement, but you can't take a property right away just because of public sentiment. This is someplace perhaps in between. I understand that, you know, as San Marcos goes along, if they change their overlay requirements, this might be the last open grow. But right now, there is no regulation against this whatsoever. And finally, the thing about water, their water budget is, in my calculations, quite valid. Our staff say it's quite valid, and the number and the effort it takes to bring water in isn't going to be an excessive burden. I just want to repeat, it's repeating ourselves, is not illegal, that the idea that it's like, well, we can put regulations on how much water you can use, but we're still not going to approve the permit because it's going to be a burden on our staff to enforce it. No, you cannot do that. That is entirely inappropriate. Like, the part of the enforcement thing, we never have, nobody ever, any place has enough staff to like, and heaven forbid we should take in this country the tact of going out and making sure everybody's doing everything exactly right. Usually there's a problem and there's a complaint and then somebody goes out and looks at it. Surely we have the staff to do that. And the applicant says they're going to read the meters, they document them. If somebody comes in and says, I think they're using too much water, they present the evidence. You don't have to have enough staff to go out and be looking at everything they've done. So, and frankly, I also agree with, what Commissioner Hanson indicated was part of our intent, which is to encourage the small business potential of having legalized cannabis and give people an opportunity to do something that's entrepreneurial. And I would hate to see that lost without a good reason.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Green.
Sorry, just to that point, just as a second time to follow up on that, I think that I'm all for that entrepreneurial side of that, and that is an agricultural use that somebody with a sequía water and an old agricultural alfalfa field that might want to convert to cannabis is an appropriate conversion in that entrepreneurial thing, but in the middle of the desert and the highlands of here, this is partially less of a sort of entrepreneurial opportunity as sort of making hay, right? Making something new in a place that might not be agriculturally viable, except for the high value of cannabis and shipping in water. So it's an appropriateness measure. But thank you very much for letting me respond to that.
May I respond?
Yeah.
That's great. I understand that argument. The appropriate place for that kind of argument is where the zoning and the regulations are done in the first place, and not individually when we go, but we're in the desert. Well, we don't outlaw agriculture and that here, and it's not in the regulations.
It's not illegal to grow cannabis here, but they're limited to 12 plants. A commercial operation is a whole other thing, and it's a conditional use. So that is why we're adjudicating this.
But it's a conditional use governed by appropriate availability of water, which has been determined by the staff. So that's what I'm saying is they've met all those conditions.
And I personally agree with Commissioner Hamilton. I do think that they have met all the conditions, and I appreciate the work that staff has done on this. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. I mean, I think that when we made the regulations, I think there's two things that we had in mind that are competing here. One is, yes, we want to encourage small businesses, but we also wanted to allow overlay districts to govern themselves. And I mean, those two things. And I think it's not really fair to say, well, way back when, before cannabis was even legal, San Marcos should have known that cannabis was going to become legal in 2021, and then they should have thought ahead and made that illegal. They haven't had a chance to do their overlay planning until now. And so I think the question for me is, do we want to let them have the chance to do their overlay planning that we allowed them when we did that? And part of that is that the staff, hasn't had the time I mean, I would like to redo the overlay planning over in the El Dorado side of my district, but I've been told, well, you have to wait years and years and years because all these other districts are ahead of you. And so it's not true that, you know, an overlay district can just say, oh yeah, we want to go ahead. They have to wait for our planning department to have time to do that. And I think that, you know, I think it would be legitimate for us to allow them time to do that.
And then don't we have the final say on the overlay?
And we would have the final say, of course.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Actually, I disagree with you. You're right. It's not appropriate to give them the time to put everybody else on hold any more than we could have denied the dollar store a permit saying El Dorado in the future is going to want to outlaw this. El Dorado has the opportunity to say, well, from here on forward, we don't want anything like this in here. We're going to put these overlay regulations. And I'm sorry, but San Marcos has had years to do it, and there was the opportunity, and they can still do it. But right now, it hasn't been done. And I totally respect their right and the value of having overlay districts. I've pushed them hugely. I think it's fabulous that San Marcos does it. But this hasn't been done yet. And this, you know, somebody who lives in the area has the right to pursue what's legal in their area now, not what, you know, might be made outlawed in the future. It's just not fair to the individual.
And I want to point out that they did say that they couldn't have any greenhouse. You know, so they did have that forethought. They don't want cannabis greenhouses, and they didn't outlaw outdoor grow. You know, I mean, I'm only saying that, you know, as a point. Please, no comment from the audience. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, and I don't want to belabor the point, but I think it doesn't really compare to the dollar store because El Dorado had very specifically allowed commercial uses on that strip of land. And then they said, oh, we meant a craft store, not a dollar store. And clearly that is not something that could be, I mean, I wasn't on the commission then, I was commissioner-elect and I followed it and I knew you had to vote for allowing the dollar store. But this is a little different because this is a conditional use, it's not a permitted use. We have the discretion to go either way on this, and I think even just the road condition gives us the ability to deny this if we want to, because the road is a private road and it's not in good shape. Thank you.
I don't know if the road is not in good shape. I saw a couple different pictures of a road that looked adequate to me, but
Madam Chair?
Maybe I've lived in New Mexico too long.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, first of all, I agree. Conditional use is different than a permitted use. That wasn't the point of the analogy. The point of the analogy is, there were other things that they could have taken another tact to outlaw what they wanted and asked for the time to do that. Like, deny this permit because we want to, in the future, be able to make our overlay district so it will prohibit this, and that was just not the appropriate. And I actually really disagree about the roads. We've been given information on how many road trips are included, and the size of the truck that would be hauling water, and how it compares to all the others. And as long as there's participation, everybody else in the community participates voluntarily. I am sure they have the capacity, if they want to do a road agreement, and include all the neighbors, which would include Mr. Harris, or to do it voluntarily, which they have all done. So.
Okay, so where are we? Okay.
So for clarity, has the water budget changed, and because one of the things I'm seeing is from the testimony in the Planning Commission, it appeared that it was reported that these plants would take between like 1.7 and 2 gallons a day. And then now in what we're hearing here, it's 5 or 6, depending on, has this moved, or was it gross numbers of water budget versus the traffic during the during peak season? Because I get to 25 trips a month during peak season, as opposed to, at one point, I think I saw it reported as 12 maximum. Is that for
So I'll let,
Lauderdale?
yes, you can come up and answer that question.
Yeah, so to explain that, the water budget was actually calculated correctly and took through the growing season. What we also broke down on that graph was the stages of the plants, which, because it's not 5 gallons from the moment you put a seed in the ground a day to the moment you harvest. It is, ultimately that 5 gallons that was being presented by earlier was assuming that you start with fully mature plants and you end with fully mature plants. And what we were explaining was that's not true. That's not how that's not how we do that right on there. And so as far as the water budget goes, the water budget is correct and using the EPA's actual program. That's how they came up doing the water budget through the SmartSense water system. What we added in there was taking absolute worst case scenarios, bumping things up to show that your worst case scenario looks like this. The water budget still stands. The water budget was still approved because using the drip system and such, it will use less water. And when you take the average from the germination point to the harvesting point, you'll find that, it's not an average of 5 gallons a day. It's actually more of an average, bringing it down to like 2.
So just to drill down, so at the peak, 15,000 gallons. I'm ignoring the, because these are potted plants and bagged into reduce evaporation, but it also reduces the, the absorption from rain. So the monsoon figure is total, should just be added back in there to 15,000 gallons at the peak, right?
What's that?
It looks like you're estimating 15,000 gallons a month at the peak during those peak months.
At the peak, that estimate was just taking, just adding to the, pulling up what they had pulled on the 5 gallons per what that would actually look like. And that's what that graph shows.
And a 600-gallon tank divided by 15,000 gallons is 25 trips a month.
If he uses a 600-gallon tank. However, everything we show on there was a 750-gallon tank using the weights and the size of the tank.
So 20 trips, right? So every weekday during the month, 20 weekdays a month, more or less, Mr. Harris is going to come home from work with a tank of water.
Every weekday?
Yeah, sure, 20 times a month during the summer, during those peak months. Right?
Yeah, assuming that if you were to say in those peak months that it didn't rain one day and that there was no water that he had brought in earlier for his 1,200-gallon cistern, I mean, the 1,200-gallon. That's quite the extreme, because now you're taking the extreme numbers of the 5 gallons that per day that the other side was speaking of, and then you are also applying the fact that now there is no rain in Santa Fe whatsoever. And I'll be honest, if that is the case and there's absolute no rain and we're out of water and the depot runs out of water, I'm quite certain that the least of anybody's worries is whether Mr. Harris can grow marijuana or not. If they stop selling the millions of gallons of water, because we're talking about millions of gallons of water a month the depot sells. And this is, I mean, for lack of a better term, a drop in the bucket on how much water he's taking out of there
I'm
to use
not
for his small
worried
garden.
about the water use per se. I'm worried about the water transportation, right? You're
Right.
basically running a water transportation business that happens to subsidize
No,
itself through cannabis.
I don't think that's fair to say at all, because there are 15,000. At the very least, that is inaccurate because that was done with a field camera and counted. You have 8,000 trips a year just on the 3 neighbors past Mr. Harris. There are 9 neighbors on the road. So if he doubled it, but I would have ventured to say that, a couple of these people have more than one car and multiple people come visit them. But if you just doubled that number from the 3 people at the end of his road and himself, that's over 15,000 trips a year. Even on the biggest drought we could ever imagine, you're still, let's say it's 80 trips. It's 80 trips in a vehicle, or rather a trailer, that weighs the exact same amount, if not less, than a full-size pickup truck. I have a full-size pickup truck. If I were to go visit Mr. Harris 3 to 4 times a week, because that's actually the real number, it would be at a maximum on there 4 times a month or 4 times a week in the maximum point of the grow season. Would I be told I couldn't visit him in my full-size pickup truck? I got to bring something smaller because it's too heavy because the road conditions can't handle it. That road is no different than any other dirt road in Santa Fe. It's
Except
not
it doesn't
torn
have
up. It's not bad.
a road agreement.
But I think it's not fair to say that he can't add 50 full-size pickup truck weight vehicles to dirt over a month, over 6 months. It makes no difference. But over an entire 6-month period, can we really tell him, hey, sorry, but that visitor in that truck, he needs something else, and we're going to stop him at the pass? It's weight-wise, and if it's really the concern, there's no difference. There is no difference when it comes to impact on the road. In fact, if anything, it's less, because those tires, my tires, would tear that road up. The tires on that trailer are smooth, smaller tires, and therefore would have less impact on the road surface than a vehicle with torque. You're welcome.
Okay, so we've had a couple rounds of questions here. Is it appropriate, the county attorney, to go into executive session?
So, Madam Chair, under the Open Meetings Act, there is a permissible exception for executive session for board deliberations and administrative adjudicatory proceedings such as this, as allowed by Section 10-15-1H3 in NMSA 1978. So, yes, that is permissible if the board chooses to enter into executive session.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to move that we go into executive session to discuss some of the legal points.
Do I have a second?
And I'll second that, pursuant to everything that county attorney addressed, please.
Okay. Can I have, under discussion, roll call vote?
Of course, Madam Chair. Commissioner Camila Bustamante?
No.
Commissioner Justin Green?
Yes? Yes. Yes, yes.
You got to put on your
Aaron.
mic.
Yeah, it's on. It's on. But yes.
Okay, please talk into it.
Commissioner Hank Hughes?
No.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton?
Yes.
And Chair Anna Hansen?
Yes.
I have 3-2.
Okay, thank you. We're in executive session. We'll be out shortly, hopefully in 15 minutes. but I can't promise anything.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
That we talked about going into it and no decisions were made.
I'll second. Please be my guest.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Hughes and a second by Commissioner Green, right?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
I just say that for the record. Appellant, Mr. Scheer, please come forward. And please keep it as brief as possible.
You have to reopen.
No, I do not. He's the appellate.
My apologies. Thank you.
So, do I get to reply to any of this?
Yes.
Okay.
But I asked you to please keep it brief.
I will do my very best. There was a lot of discussion. So the LRI growers started out by saying, hey, we followed the rules. I completely disagree that following the rules is enough to grant a conditional use permit. I believe a conditional use permit is about the community and whether it's right for the area. Otherwise, why isn't it just permitted? It doesn't make sense. You have to have a public hearing, you have to listen to people, and there's reasons, not just legal, that a conditional use permit is in the code. And as to the conditional use permit, they also said it's a conditional use permit in the San Marcos Community District. That, I don't know who created the use matrix for cannabis, whether it doesn't appear in the ordinance, but whoever did arbitrarily put a conditional use for rural residential areas. I don't know where that came from. There's no evidence of it. It's not in the ordinance. It's an addendum, it's an explanatory piece that the planning department can hand out and show you the use matrix, but I don't know why rural residential was made a conditional use permit. They're all of those uses in that section are the county uses. It was just the county uses were given to all the community overlays, which really troubles me that we are in a situation where the community overlays are specifically called out in the ordinance as having the opportunity to set different rules, but the use matrix was created with these permissions that they never weighed in on. You just copied the county matrix and put it on every community district in the county. What I don't get it. It makes no sense. The water issue is something like nailing Jello to the wall with LRA growers. At the original hearing in December, they claimed that they were going to truck 480 gallons of water a week. Now, and then at the Planning Commission, it was 600 twice a week. And now it's a 750-gallon container twice a week for part of the time, but it goes up when they need more water, which they think they need in, guess what, the hottest months of the year, August, September, October. Well, in the water usage, by the way, which Commissioner Hamilton, you said that staff approved it, that they looked at it. They based it on the application, which said 480 gallons a week. That was the response from staff. They never even, this is the first time we saw a water use table, at which in the month of August, they're trucking 12,000 gallons. In September, 13,000 gallons. Actually, it's almost 13 in August, and almost 10 in October. That is a lot more water than they ever said they were going to use from the beginning. So it keeps changing. I can't trust that they're going to use anything that they say because it's never been consistent from the application to tonight. The number of trips at 750 gallons, he said it would be 40 trips over the course of the entire season. Well, I get 34 and 12 is 46 trips in just the last 3 months, according to their numbers on that chart at 750. Oh, by the way, he has a 1,200-gallon tank, and he's going to put 12,000 gallons of water in it during the month of August, 13,000 in the month of September, and 10,000 in the month of October. How is a 1,200-gallon tank going to hold that much water. It can't. I'm sorry, it can't. The numbers are not accurate. Staff did not have accurate numbers to even look at, and that's what they said, well, yeah, if that's what you're going to use, it looks good to us. Look at the water is a big issue because it affects the road, and I know your opinions about the road, but people have to pay real money to fix the road. And when these tanks of water, which are going to continue right through the monsoon season, you know why? He testified in the Planning Commission. Mr. Harris, quote, the planters, like I say, are 20-gallon containers. That's what he's going to put his plants in. They would basically be protected by them. So there would not be any evaporation through the soil. It would only evaporate basically through the plant. I figure that per week we'll be looking at about 12 gallons per plant, or 2 gallons a day, roughly. Member Trujillo, if I understood you correctly, you're saying there's not going to be any surface area at all? Mr. Harris, minimum surface area, yeah, because it's covered in plastic and there's just limited evaporation. So you have a planter that's covered in plastic, so when the monsoon rains come, no water is going to get to the plant. So the water, the 2,000 per month that he said was from rain, which I haven't seen any rain for quite a while. I don't know where his 2,000 gallons of rain is, but it's not going to get to the plants because they're in planters and they're covered in plastic to eliminate evaporation. The question about the lighting. Look, we understand there are going to be sensors. They're going to detect movement, I guess, heat, movement. And I understand they're tuned. They're not going to be affected by the wind. That's great. Are these sensors pointed only in? Because if you walk by the fence on the outside, are the lights going to go on? Well, maybe no people are going to walk by every night, but I got to tell you, we got a lot of coyotes. And they go all over. They're on my property all the time. They're on chasing whatever they chase. I assume rabbits. This is not going to necessarily eliminate false positives. You're going to have lights going on in the middle of the night. The odor issue, which we have general concern over, he addressed by saying, well, he's going to spray this chemical. Well, we did a little research on the product that he said he was going to use, and he said that it must be used in humid conditions to be effective, and it's typically used inside. So it really is a meaningless thing. By the way, South Fork Extension is what we're talking about, not South Fork. So South Fork is a completely different road, South Fork Extension. I just wanted to clarify that because the words keep getting used and they're wrong. I really object to the idea that the San Marcos Planning Committee had a chance to implement these rules differently. And the reason I am because I'm on that committee, and we heard nothing after COVID started about anything. So this law has been in place, 18 months? It wasn't until we raised the issue with the planning department about cannabis regulations that they even began to address it and started meetings in March, I believe it was. So if they didn't do a thing, how could we have, the committee can't act alone. The planning department drives that completely. And if we were given no option, and now this permit is going to be given because it was based arbitrarily on county standards, were just applied to every overlay group. I think that was, by the way, parenthetically, a big mistake. Every overlay community should have been given the right to delay until they had a chance to write their use matrix. There should have been that written into the law because you said nothing stops the overlay committees from being able to write their own regulations. However, you're stopping it. The greenhouse question is my last thing. And it's irritating just because I want to make sure it's clear. The greenhouse prohibition was based on the use matrix that was written in 2016. The committee at the time put in their own rules. That's what they did. They were approved by the county commissioners, and greenhouses were not permitted. It had nothing to do with cannabis. It was just a general rule that still exists because that's what they put in the law. It's not about cannabis. Nobody had a chance to do anything about cannabis. And if the committee had been asked, I guarantee you the results that you see in the survey and the results that you're hearing from our neighbors would be exactly the same. We would have not permitted it in rural residential. So, you can tell me that, well, it's the law right now. You made it up. Somebody made up the use matrix. I don't know where it came from. Somebody did it. That's not fair to the residents to make that the rule. We didn't have any say in it. To say that that's the San Marcos Community District overlay use matrix is not true. That isn't our use matrix. That's the county's use matrix. And that's why we object. We want to be heard, and we want to be able to say, look, it's a conditional use permit that's supposed to protect us. That's what it's about. Protect the community. It's not just an automatic permission. I get exercised. I apologize. But I am, it's important. So thank you for your time. I hope I didn't belabor.
Hold on. Thank you. Always. Thank you. Thank you. At this evening's hearing, we've heard issues about the South Fort Extension Road, which is a private road. And I want to give the applicant and the affected members of the community an opportunity to reach an agreement concerning road maintenance. I move that the decision on case number 22-5211, LRA Growers LLC conditional use permit appeal be tabled until the last regular board meeting in August. Do I have a second for that?
Second.
So what we're asking is for you to work out a road agreement with your neighbors, because that seems to be one of the big issues here. Is there any other comments that anybody wants to make under discussion? Commissioner Green?
So just to be clear, this is an onus on you to be as proactive and as accommodating potentially as you can be in an effort to make it so your neighbors don't have to deal with what they perceive as one of the biggest impacts. There are definitely other impacts in this, but that this road one is the one where you can really have a negative impact, but you may be able to remedy it, and especially in a situation where there is no road agreement. So that could be very generous on your part, or you could decide you don't want to do it, and we'll see where that all goes, right? But this is part of what we want to see work towards is something that makes this direct impact mitigated as much as possible.
I see agreement there. Any other comments?
Madam Chair, I think it's also, yes, it's, for the folks who want to put the operation in, but it's up to the community members to work on this as well. There is clearly authority or legal right for the development in this. The road is the issue. So if the community decides not to work on a road agreement, that's a whole situation unto itself. So it would be really up to all of you working together if it's the road agreement.
And, right.
So, Madam Chair, at this point, I think you've got you've got a motion and a second, and you're under discussion right now, so you would need to vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. So the last meeting in August,
We'll see you again.
we'll see you all back here with a road agreement.
Hopefully.
And good luck.
Thank you.
I don't think there's any other business that we have to deal with today. Are there any announcements? I want to remind people about the county fair at the fairgrounds, August 2nd through 5th. Yes.
Was it the last meeting in August or the first meeting in August if it was a month?
Well,
We made
county
them
attorney made it.
last meeting. That's fine. Last meeting in August is what it is. So 6 weeks.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
it gives them a little bit of time to work on issues.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and your time.